Welcome in, Mystic. Welcome. Hi, everyone. Happy Monday. Hello, everyone. How you doing? Mystic, how's your day going so far? Thank you, Bonnet. Appreciate that. The dog, my guy with the 25 months, bro. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, bro. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. How have you been? Welcome in. Welcome in. Bonnet, welcome in. How you guys doing tonight? Give a quick shout out here. We'll have to wait 25 more seconds. Hold on. And then we'll give you that shout out. 25 months is dedication for real. Like for real, y'all. Chilling, ready to watch some ass whoopings. I know that's right. Yeah, I got together and put together my outfit. You know, I got this from a con not too long ago. So the back of it, let me show you the back. It has everything on it. Yeah. Yeah. The logo, you see him? You see him? Let's freaking go. Let's freaking go. But yes. I'm about to have my cheeks clapped. Try hard, welcome in. Yes. We're gonna find out. I mean, we're gonna start with the story mode. We got to. Yeah, we gotta, because I don't think all the characters are unlocked. Like from the jump. I don't think all the characters are unlocked. Which may be something that I don't know about, but if that's the case, we'll find out together. All right, so let's go ahead and get in here. I got the game up now. Again, thank you everybody for joining me tonight. Also, before we start, let me get that shout out to Bonnet. There we go. Sick. Definitely go check out Bonnet stream, guys. Awesome vibes over there as well. Let me do this. Yeah, let's go. Why does it look like that? Twitch. What is that? Object? Twitch light object? I think that's what that's saying. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to look cooler, but I might have something blocking it. Planned to start this a few hours ago, but wife is very so just gonna wait till tomorrow. Gotcha. Yeah, probably best to do a start fresh type of thing, Fresh in the morning, you'll be like going hard. But try hard. Did you get this for PC or did you get it for PlayStation or what? Yeah, then you can go crazy. You can yellow all of your Kamehamehas, you know what I mean? Yeah, then you can really get into it. I was actually thinking the other day, like me and my brother, the last time we played this, it's PC, dang, since that's what PG was doing. Probably buy for PlayStation later. Okay. Yeah, I got it. I didn't even know PG was gonna be getting it. But yeah, I got it for PS5 as well. Mystic, thank you so much. Yeah. I got it on PlayStation just to, pick it up there because I know a lot of people would be playing it there for the long run. I feel like got to get it for PlayStation, otherwise Aki gonna be running his mouth. Who's your main? Who's gonna be your main? So, there we go. Yeah, like I'm curious. No idea. Haven't looked into anything about this game. Oh, it's gonna be. You have a lot of characters to go through. There's like over 180 or something characters, so it's about to get real. I have not started this up, so this is our first time starting it. This is Oh my god. After all this time. Toriyama, do you see us? Do you see us? We're consuming Dragon Ball. We'll be consuming Dragon Ball stuff forever. Love the little guys on the screen. Oh yeah, it's so great. Oh, also, if you are just now checking that out, underneath the channel, you can change your character. We've got a couple of different ones that I've set up for now, but we'll do, we'll be sitting down looking at some more characters as well. All you have to do is make sure you're a follower and you're good. Let's see, did you get the ultimate for the lame person? Yes, I did. Ultimate or not, or nothing, honestly. Pretty much what it came down to. Extra $10 for a skin and something. Actually, I think it's more than that. I think it's like a bunch of skin, like bunch of characters actually. There's like a whole bunch of character packs that we'll have access to, and then of course down the line as they release more characters. My God, y'all. See, here we go. Pre-order pack. Characters unlocked early. We got all these Gogetas. Got the same. I didn't think it was worth it, but man, like the pre-order stuff. I'll tell you this: in Mortal Kombat, they had a character. I think it was Shang Tsung, and that character you couldn't play as them, or you had to pay for them later on. But he was free technically if you just pre-ordered the game. So I feel like it's one of those things where these characters might end up being characters we gotta pay for later. You don't get them now per se. But that's just the pre-order stuff. But yeah, you get the playable character of Goku Mini, but I think you get other characters that come later. Yeah, kind of like the pack they had. Yeah. Oh, so the ultimate upgrade, yeah, it's got like some outfits, some cards, which we'll see how big of a role that plays. Ability items, we'll see. Emote voiceover collection, that's cool, I guess. Get a bunch of other little things. Voiceover collection, 4 for the following characters. So I guess that's more of a big deal maybe if you're like doing like a bunch of different character stuff, because you can make like your own cutscenes and stuff before battles. It's interesting. And then the summon super shit around. One time and have a wish granted to allow you to choose certain benefits to receive, like unlocking characters or gaining. So I knew that they were not going to give us all the characters right off the bat. So that confirms that. Okay. Okay. Oh my God. I was expecting to get right into the cutscene and the opening. Yes, we consent with all of this. Want to play the game? Let us in. Let us in. We're gonna turn off motion blur. We'll see how bad the camera shake is. Yeah, the terms. Like we've already come this far. We're good. All right. We're gonna not have that on. Keep it where it's at. Confirm that. All right, how's that sound? Right, just let me play. I want to punch somebody.
All right, let's both give our all. So you think you can take me, do ya?
That sounds good? Okay, good. Perfect. Thank you. Players can adjust controls and battle settings, match their preferences while playing. I don't know what any of this means, so yes. Okay, let's see. Send, jump, send. Got our guard. That's all we need to know right there, our guard. All right. Oh, there's a difference. Let's just go with standard for now. See how we like that. Battle assist, semi-automatic. I don't know what any of this means. Yeah, like I want to just play the game normally. Teach me the game normally, and then we'll change after that. My goodness. we go. Jesus. Jesus. This how we started?
Know your place. Take this.
Wow. Oh my God.
Like a real Kakarot. How can I resist? That's what I'm talking about.
What? This is crazy. What was that? Hold on.
You won't win just by flailing around.
Wow, this is crazy. The graphics are insanely cool. A dragon dash. All right, that's how you go towards him. Wow. The way this feels is it's insane. Okay, what is that? Okay, I like that. Just a one button charging.
Take this.
Let me move my camera a little bit. I feel like I need to put it somewhere else where it's not blocking too much. I don't know. This might be okay. I'll just continue for now. We need an L2, so let's ascend. Dude, it feels amazing.
Then hurry up and get serious.
Wow. Move closely in one direction. Got it. Oh, I see. Ooh. Okay. Smash attack. Chain rush. Oh, is that the same time type deal? Wait a minute. How do I back up? He's walking up on me. Okay, there we go. Okay, same deal. All right, let's just our rush key attack. And then hold for us. It's just slightly more powerful one. That's a good chunk of damage just for that. But then again, look how much damage you can get just from spamming. Jesus. All right, let's hold our guard. You know how to do that. What? We can move our arms while we guard? Oh, totally cool. Try hard. Appreciate it, man. It's looking like we're gonna have a good time. All right. Is he gonna attack me? Oh, he is. Holy crap.
You okay? I can barely feel a thing.
Oh, that's fire. Do it again. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, do it again. Oh, crap.
You okay?
It's the timing on that is tough, but that's crazy. If you get it wrong too, you might be going for a little ride. Crap. Oh yeah, no. So wait, are we actually fighting right now, or is this just training? Wait for counter. Take attack that can be countered and perform counter attack. What's weird about this is I have to get close enough for him to attack me. That is so sick though, dude.
You okay? I can barely feel a thing.
That is such a cool thing. Press when hit to counter. What? What is this? Interesting.
I've seen you fight harder than this.
Whoa.
Time's up. I need to go.
Yo, Bram, welcome in.
You're not done already, are you?
I'm gonna ask you tab because I'm gonna play the story when you buy it on Friday. Happy Monday. Happy Monday. Thank you for coming by.
If I want
Appreciate
him to
it.
keep training me, I have to catch him before he runs off again.
Good job.
I want to train some
Well,
more, though.
I want to train some more too. Okay. Me too. I want to learn more about this game. But I guess that's a given. You'll still be peeking through because you can't help it. Yeah. Thank you for that lurk, Mystic. Appreciate that. Oh man, this is fire already. There's gonna be so many Broly players, I feel like. You haven't been excited for a DBZ game in years. You haven't been a fan of the last few games. Yeah, I totally understand. This one's been extremely hyped. Everybody's been very, very excited. Of all games, I didn't think we'd get a Tenkaichi, another Tenkaichi game in 2024. So this is crazy. I'm gonna try to see like how the game is and how the systems are. And if so, I want to try to do like a little tournament next week. Just for fun, you know what I mean? Hopefully that'll give people enough time to get some characters, because I think we have to unlock characters. Let me know if you get it together. I'd love to join and try it. Heck yeah, man. I'll let you know for sure. Absolutely. I like how they said game recording not allowed, but we just recorded all that. It's okay. Yo, okay, we finished the tutorial. Congrats. Even more dynamic 3D action awaits you. Oh boy. Access super training from the battle and training tab on the main menu to learn all about various battle rules, view demonstrations, and practice moves. All right.
Yo!
Look at this menu. Oh my god, I'm blocking it. Hold on.
I'll show you.
I'm gonna do this real quick, just so you can see the whole thing. Look how cute. I love Trunks and Goten. Like they're my favorite.
It's all set.
Okay, so that's the whole.
This thing is so cool.
Right, this is so awesome.
So Lord Beard.
I understand that. Now, are you getting it on PlayStation? Where are you getting it? Because it's not cross-platform right now.
All right, let's go.
Oh, there's different like areas. Wow.
Everybody's here.
Nice, me too. I got it on PlayStation. Yo, Glick, welcome in. What is happening? Happy Monday, man. What's going on? Welcome in, everybody. I'm DJ Eclectic here on Twitch, variety streamer. We're getting down to some Dragon Ball today, y'all. It's time. I got the gi. I'm ready to go. What's up, y'all? Welcome in. Let me give you a quick shout out here. How was your stream?
Tell me, what kind of a...
Oh, you're playing it too. Nice, nice. Let's go. Yeah, we're just getting started over here.
Good hands with you.
Okay, so we were just like debating on whether you would have to unlock characters or not, and it seems like you do. But let's real quick come forth. What is this? Summon Shinron. Oh my goodness. I don't think we want to do that yet.
Please come visit me again.
Hope you enjoy. I was just running online matches with Hippie, right? And I booted the game. Yo, that's crazy. That is crazy.
Oh, you ain't seen nothing.
Y'all were instantly ready to go.
Oh, that's
I feel that
cool.
though.
A
I feel
picture of
that.
yourself as a decoration?
This is so cool. Like, I love all the details they put into this.
Addition to my collection.
Goku!
Nah, bro, we going over to the shop. Okay, Kami House is lit.
Seen launch around lately?
This is what you wanted to
What
watch.
y'all selling? Dude, I love the
Anyone
menus.
seen launch around lately?
What can we? What is there to purchase?
Want to blow off some steam with a little shopping?
Okay, okay. Ability items, characters. Look at this, characters. And look at all the ones we got here. Yo, this is fire.
What are you looking for today?
Got the different outfits as well. Okay, let's go. This is fire already.
Find something you want?
Voices.
Woo! Finally! It's about time!
Let's get you in a spending mood.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume that you just get money from
So many
fighting
options.
like you normally would in some of the other Dragon Ball games.
You were never one to sit still.
I love the menus. Oh my god. This is so cool.
Kai Kai. It's good to see
All
you,
right.
Dad. Okay, see ya.
So let's go into this story mode.
Let's take a peek. shall we?
Episode battle, as they say. Dude, I hope the matches were pretty dope between you guys. Okay. Warrior who is consistently in search of new, stronger opponents, taking down enemy after enemy. His unmatched strength and indomitable fighting spirit. After thwarting Piccolo's ambitions of world domination, Goku returns, living a peaceful life. But one day, a new arrival changes all that. Raditz, a man claiming to be Goku's older brother, arrives on Earth, revealing that Goku is a Saiyan sent to rid the planet of humanity. He then proceeds to ask Goku to join him in that plan. However...
Okay, let's do this thing.
Okay. It's kind of sick.
You should join us, Kakarot. Think of the battles you'll have. Isn't your Saiyan blood boiling with excitement from the thought?
Shut up! If you think I'd ever join you, then you're dumber than you look.
Cool.
I can't help but wonder. That child behind you, is that your son?
He's not!
Yes, that boy indeed has Saiyan blood. It's no use trying to hide it from me. I can see his tail from here.
Ooh.
So what if he does?
You know, perhaps you need a little time to decide. I'll just borrow your son for a while so you can think over my offer.
Take one step closer to Gohan and I'll...
I like that it doesn't show you. Oh, wow. Oh, I'm in the water right now. This is cool.
Tremble in fear.
Are you serious? He took that, right? Okay. I guess he had enough. All right, all right, all right. I'm feeling it so far. I like it.
Once your little brat returns safely, Kakarot, prove your Saiyan spirit. Eliminate 100 Earthlings and pile them here before I return in one day. And let me be very clear about this. If I come back and I don't see 100 corpses, I killed the kid.
Dang, bro. Why you gotta do that? What if we get 99 corpses? That's not good enough for you?
Go on!
Why gotta be such a high number of corpses, bro? Can't have 50? That's still a lot. Goku is no match for Raditz's overwhelming strength, and Raditz successfully kidnaps Gohan. However, he is then treated to an unexpected reunion.
Piccolo?
Yes, it's Piccolo.
What are you doing here?
I was pursuing him. And as much as I'd like to kill the wretch myself, the sad truth is I have a better shot at that if you were along for the ride.
Hold on. You mean team up with me? Why in the world would you ever do that?
Don't get the wrong idea. This would just be a temporary alliance, only for the sake of eradicating that alien off my planet. Once that purpose has been served, I'll keep my promise to crush you. Then I can get back to my plans of world domination.
World domination. Well, unfortunately, we already know. Oh, we can go it alone, or we can work with him? What is that? Let's work with him. What's that like? Should be like the show.
Bulma, I need to borrow the Dragon Radar for a bit.
Oh, of course.
Let's go. Think you can keep up with my flying Nimbus?
You gotta be kidding. I'm a cut above the rest of you puny humans when it comes to flying.
I think he did say something like that. Radix locks up the kidnapped Gohan inside a space pod. Goku aims to land a surprise attack, but Raditz detects him using his scouter. Now Goku must face Raditz head on. This shot right here, though.
Oh, Kakarot. I thought you'd at least be smarter than this. But you have no idea how out of your league you are.
Let's skip the pleasantries. We're here to take you down. Simple as that.
I'm sorry, brother. I was thinking about my offer and I've changed my mind. You'd probably just slow the rest of us down. And for betraying the Saiyan race, you will die!
We'll see about that.
Since you're going to be eradicated anyway, let me share a little something with you. The two Saiyans I mentioned earlier, they're even more powerful than me.
Oh, he blocked it?
You could train yourself for a lifetime and never even come close to their level.
I'm in his face. Oh my goodness.
You're not going to survive another day anyhow.
Wow. Got him. Really? That's all it did? Bro.
If you've
Oh,
got a new
Jesus.
special attack hidden up your sleeve, now's the time to use it, Goku.
Sorry, nope.
Lazy fool.
I'll charge you with my foot.
Training non-stop to develop a sure kill technique.
For real?
Yeah. Only problem
He's
is
wrecking
it
us,
takes
y'all.
time to charge up before I can use it. So I'm gonna need you to fight him alone until then, if you can handle it.
Gotcha.
Oh,
I'll
Jesus.
take care of him. Take this.
Let me show you my full strength.
Oh, we're dead. We're dead. We're dead.
Behind you!
Whoa! Whoa!
Whoa. So were we supposed to survive? I guess we were. Cause I'm like, wait a minute. All right, we're gonna focus on a different strat.
Eradicated anyway. Let me share a little something with you. The two Saiyans I mentioned earlier, they're even more powerful than me. You could train yourself for a lifetime and never even come close to their level. But since you were too stupid to heed my warning,
Look at the
you're
sky,
not going to
bro.
survive another day anyhow.
Let's not get close to him.
You've got a new special attack hidden up your sleeve. Now's the time to use it, Goku.
Dude, he is eating that.
Nope.
Lazy fool. Meanwhile,
I got something. Hold on, let's see.
Develop a sure kill technique.
Dude.
For real?
Yeah. Only problem is
Solar flare, solar flare.
Charge up before I can use it. So I'm gonna need
Solar
you
flare?
to fight him alone until then. If you
No solar flare?
Gotcha. I'll take care of him.
It didn't do anything.
Darn. Take this.
Behind you! Behind you!
Oh,
I'm not done yet.
okay. All right, I guess we passed it. Just needed to survive longer.
Say goodbye, Kakarot!
I don't think so.
What the? Power level 1,307?
Don't hurt my dad! Leave him alone!
Gohan ain't playing. One hard-headed kid.
No, stop! Don't do it! Please, he's just a...
Just a child? Is that what you were going to say, Kakarot? Don't worry, brother. You'll see your son again. In the next world! What? You little...
Piccolo! Your attack! Do it now!
Are you insane?
Maybe, but it's the only way to beat you!
Sorry to keep you waiting. Are you ready?
Do it!
No! Stop!
Special beam cannon!
Special beam. Has to be a monumental moment.
Things called the Dragon Balls.
You switch camera?
Gather all 7, and together they have the power to grant any wish, even if it's bringing someone dead back to life.
Bro,
You can all go to hell.
we can switch
Still,
camera.
I thank you for the information. Everything that has happened here today has been transmitted to my 2 Saiyan comrades deep in outer space. When they've learned that I've been killed, they'll come to avenge me.
Will they?
The other 2 Saiyans! When will they arrive here? How long?
1 year. Just one short
I like how he told him, they'll be here in a year, bro. You'll pay for this in a year. Oh boy. Let me tell you.
2 of them? Even stronger than him?
I'm calling my cousins. They're gonna be here in a year. You better get it together.
Now, they're going to wipe you all out. They'll soon have you writhing in agony like the worms you are.
Worms. Oh, there they are. They're here now. Been a year already? Dang. After Goku perishes in the battle with Raditz, Kami arranges for him to train on King Kai's planet. And just as Raditz said, within a year, the 2 Saiyans come to Earth. Finally, having completed his training on King Kai's planet, Goku is revived by the Dragon Balls and returns once more to the battlefield.
Wait a second!
That's messed up. Unable to escape, Yamcha dies in the explosion induced by self-destructing weapon the Saiyans had made. One by one, the other warriors also falls at the hands of the terrifyingly powerful Saiyans. Just when all hope seems lost, Goku arrives on the scene.
How's it feel, seeing your little friend's corpses scattered all over? There
All
was
over.
another one, but there's probably not a scrap of him left.
Piccolo's gone.
Piccolo's gone. Something about that's funny.
What, you gonna throw a fit, small fry? Go right ahead. That stupid look on your face just makes me want to kill you faster. You'll pay for this! You'll both pay!
Uh-oh. Okay, the effects going crazy.
You bastards!
Okay, Goku, you tell him.
Out of my way!
That boy's spitting.
Vegeta, what does the scouter say about his power level? It's over 9,000! What? 9,000?
What? 9,000?
Scouter's a piece of junk. It's gotta be a mistake. It doesn't matter. A little punk like you can't do anything.
Bro, get off me. Bro. Bro. Chill out, bro. Oh my goodness. Whoa. Do not do that, man. Oh, we can go Kaioken? Oh, it's over for you now, boy. Bro, chill. I need to hit you with this Kaioken. Yo, look at my boy. Look at my boy.
Fail me now.
What? Look at my boy, though. He ain't ready for this. Dang, I wasn't ready for that.
Out of my way!
I'm still getting used to, like, everything, really.
This is insanity. How could anyone
Let me
get
just blast this man.
in such a short amount of time?
All right. You're the greatest, Goku. Show that
There we go.
musclehead who's boss.
Get him, Dad!
This music, though.
Out of my way!
Bro, I was coming straight for you.
Over here!
I'm not done yet.
Over here! Take this!
Oh, oh. Okay. Okay. Do we lose? It looked like we lost. Yeah, we lost. I'm like, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Out of my way!
All right, we need a dip.
Vegeta!
God, that
Say
move.
about his power level. It's over 9,000! What? 9,000?
What? 9,000?
That is a piece of junk. It's gotta be a mistake. Doesn't matter. A little punk like you can't do anything against the mighty Nappa.
See about that.
Take this. Over here.
Jeez. This man is glowing, dude.
Over here. Ready.
We're getting beat up more than the last match. Oh. Have we touched him?
Over here. Over here. Over here.
I'm not done yet.
I need to look at the controls again. Okay. I'm not sure what that move is. Come over here, bro. He blocked it. Oh my goodness.
Out of my way! This is insanity! How could anyone gain that much power in such a short amount of time?
All right! You're the greatest, Goku! Show that musclehead who's boss!
Get him, Dad!
You keep blocking my stuff. Crap.
I'm not done yet. Body, don't fail me now.
Just die!
Okay, so he just dodges straight through that attack. Hey, our Kamehameha is weak right now. Oh, wait. We just keep unloading on him. There we go.
Vegeta. Help me!
Vegeta. So one thing I need to get used to, because now I'm realizing I need to play with both of these, like holding like all of these buttons, and that's kind of weird. I'm not used to that, but because these are two very important buttons.
Vegeta! Vegeta!
Vegeta!
No! I have no use for a paralyzed Saiyan. You're dead white!
My guy said I'm done.
He's a psycho.
Jeez.
He just killed his own partner for no reason.
I love these effects.
Both of you need to get back to Kame House where it's safe.
But, Dad,
No, he's right. You saw what that other Saiyan can do. If we stick around, we'll only be getting in your dad's way. Sorry, Gohan. This guy's stronger than I thought he'd be. We've lost enough. I can't lose you two either.
Okay. I understand, Dad.
Vegeta becomes enraged as he watches Nappa being beaten to a pulp by Goku. Unable to control his wrath, he murders his comrade. Sensing the immense danger looming, Goku tells Gohan and Krillin to return to Kame House immediately. Then, as Krillin requested, he moves the battle to another location.
Let's finish this someplace else.
Fine by me. Makes no difference.
Goku selects a location devoid of human or animal life to challenge Vegeta to a one-on-one battle. Oh, thank you, Kitty. Welcome in.
Okay, this spot should do. From what
We're
I can
having a
tell,
blast
there's
so
no
far.
people or animals nearby.
Give you a quick shout out. Yeah, I got this. I was saying earlier, I got this from like a con a long time ago. And I've just like been enjoy. I love this thing. I'll probably never get rid of it.
Interesting. Of all the places on your
Oh,
planet,
yeah.
you chose this as your grave site.
It's getting hyped tonight. We've been waiting for this. It feels very interesting, guys, so far. And no problem. Always showing love around here.
You should feel lucky. Not every low-class warrior gets the chance to spar with a super elite like myself.
Like myself.
Not long after Saiyans are born, their skills as a soldier are tested. The scum whose scores are ranked the lowest are sent to the outer world.
Is this when he goes Super Saiyan?
Weak, much like you were, Kakarot. In other words, you were cast out like a dog.
Yes, And as a result, I was lucky enough to come here to Earth. I'm grateful for that. Besides, even a lower-class outcast can surpass an elite if he puts his mind to it.
It's a nice attempt at a joke. Now let me show you a wall that you
He about to beat the shit out of me, y'all. He about to destroy. This man's about to destroy me. Oh my god. I'm still trying to just get used to this. Oh, he ran up on me. I don't like that.
The Saiyans are a true warrior race. Don't underestimate us.
He said, chill, my guy. Hold up.
I'm not done yet.
It's over 9,000!
Oh my god, it's over 9,000. No. Stop it. Stop being a Billy. Stop. Stop it, Vegeta. Get some help. It's supposed to be a decently fair fight. I'm supposed to surprise you with how good I am. Oh my god. Oh. Boy, the block button. There we go. This man is playing for keeps. All right.
I've had enough embarrassment for one battle. Your insolence just cost you this world.
What the?
What?
There's no way.
Whoa!
You and this whole planet are as good as space dust.
Oh no! Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait.
The Saiyans are a true warrior race. Don't underestimate us.
Woo! Oh my god! I told y'all. This man is crazy. On my way to the ground. Oh wait, what? We supposed to lose that? Goku falls to Vegeta's attack. Oh, we were supposed to lose. Okay. With all the remaining warriors of Earth also defeated, the planet comes under Vegeta's tyrannical control. Wait a minute. That is not supposed to happen. Like, wait a minute. That did not.
The Saiyans are a true warrior race.
My guy.
Don't underestimate us.
My guy, relax. My guy. Oh. I just want to block. Hold on. Let me look at the controls. No, I need very specifically block. That's what I need. Guard. There we go. Guard high and guard low, bruh. Are you right? He's like, he's learning the controls. Oh my god. Okay. Now, if only I had been ready. Blast him. Oh, I need to stop going for the grab. What you got? Alright. I'm seeing, I'm getting it now. The step back. You still blocked it?
I've had enough embarrassment for one battle! Your insolence just cost you this world!
What the?
There's no way in hell that you can stop my Gallic gun! You and this whole planet are as good as space dust!
Okay.
That's it!
Oh, we tussling. Okay. Oh. Oh my God, bro. My energy after that. That sucks. Bro, get out my face. God. Oh, that is so crazy. Oh my goodness, we got so close that time. This bot chat. Okay, and now we're good. I told y'all this is gonna be the testing grounds. But imagine how much of a problem we're gonna be. Are you getting tired? No, I totally understand. I really appreciate you coming by today. Oh no. He's going crazy again. Kameha!
The Saiyans are a true warrior race! Don't underestimate us!
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, no problem. Let me just. Okay. Thank you for the emos. Yes.
This is it! I've had enough embarrassment for one battle! Your insolence just cost you this world!
What the?
Yes.
There's no way in hell that you can stop my Gallic gun! You and this whole planet
You ain't hitting me with no Gallic gun.
dust!
You blocked it?
Gallic gun!
Oh my God. Oh my Jesus. Oh. What?
Got you!
Okay. We need to catch him off guard with it. We did it. We did it. Oh, we did it. Okay, a regular Kamehameha wave will suffice. You don't need to do the charge up all the time. That's what I was getting caught up on. Okay, I get it. I thought it only tracked if you charged it. It's been a hard-fought battle. But summoning his last oath of strength, Goku manages to counter Vegeta's attack. Though Vegeta was hit, Goku can still sense a trace of his ki remaining. Yajirobe emerges from his hiding place, but Goku instructs him to flee. Sure, oh, it's about to get crazy. Sure enough, Vegeta rises once more, ready to challenge Goku again. Goku believes his only chance for victory is to use the Spirit Bomb. However, Vegeta has a secret technique known only to Saiyans up his sleeve. Oh, here we go. What kind of monkey business?
Huh? What was that? What are you planning?
You really should have never gotten rid of your tail, Kakarot. But now you'll learn firsthand what a Saiyan is really capable of.
Did you feel that? There's a tremendous energy and it's swelling up even bigger.
I don't think it's my dad's energy we're sensing, is it? Something's wrong. I'm going back there.
Gohan, hold up! I'm going too! Wait!
Swolax. Welcome in.
Final moments before I crush you.
Am I losing my mind?
Welcome in. Welcome in.
Giant monkey.
Oh, this is about to get crazy, y'all. You need that hoodie? That was a fit? Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, this thing is nice. Oh, this is gonna get crazy. You already know. With no other options left, Goku decides to use the technique King Kai taught him.
Only choice now is to gather energy from all over the earth and make a
Oh, it's time for some Spirit Bomb action. Let's go. Let's freaking go. I like this because it's... Oh.
No.
Hold on, wait.
After all this, I get it. The monster that killed Grandpa. And the one that destroyed the tournament arena.
Oh.
All of that was me?
That was me?
I need to beat this guy. No
Okay.
matter what. I'll have to use
Whoa.
every ounce of my energy.
Can we like get...
Chance at victory.
I want to get away from him.
I'll see you in the next world. At least I'll get to apologize to you.
Wait, someone banned you? Wait, what happened? Oh, he didn't let me do it.
Just for that, I'm going to crush you like a grape. I'm not done.
I banned a bot not long ago. But that was about it. Okay, oh. Okay, so if it's not clear, the gorillas, the big ones, are banned. I am Dragon. I have to look into that. Was it today he got banned? When did he get banned? Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm done. I walked right into that. I literally walked right into that. That's funny. No, you're not banned. That was a bot that just got banned.
No.
Oh my god.
After all this time, I get it. The monster that killed Grandpa.
Oh, he is scary. This is scary. They're fast.
All of that was me? I owe this to you, Gramps. I need to beat this guy. No matter what.
He's spamming.
Every ounce of my energy for the tiniest chance at victory. If I die, I'll see you in the next world. At least I'll get to apologize to you.
My God. Oh. Oh my God. Oh. Let me back up. Let me back up. Ah. Okay, it wasn't much. Great Rain, what's up? Welcome in. Oh! This one just came out, yeah. Just came out today. Monkeys are banned in the tournaments. Monkeys are banned in the tournaments. If we see someone come in to next week trying to use a monkey, they're banned. They cannot use the monkeys. They pretty much, it's...
No. After all
Oh my goodness, bro.
I get it. The monster that killed Grandpa. And the one that destroyed the tournament arena.
Okay, we can't teleport behind him.
That was
We don't have enough energy.
me?
Skill issue.
To you, Gramps.
Hey,
I need to beat
go ahead. If you want to deal with them,
no matter what. I'll have to use
you'll do all the monkey matches.
for the tiniest chance at victory.
Yes, get back.
If I die,
Get back, monkey.
see you in the next one. At least I'll get to apologize to you.
Okay, we're just gonna spam Kamehamehas. Not exactly.
Just for that, I'm going to crush you like a grape.
Does this play like Kakarot? It doesn't. It's actually quite different. It's like Tenkaichi, but slightly updated, I guess. Kind of weird to describe. It feels good, but at the same time, I'm getting used to how many options you have. The monkey. Jesus. Get out of there. Okay. Okay. I activated mine first. Whoa! It went straight through. Do the mash. Let's go. Okay, okay. Wait. Give me a chance. Give me a chance. Ooh. Give me a chance. Let me get KOK real quick. Oh, God. Let me do this. Here we go. Whoa. You blocking that, man? That grab, I'm done. He's got me. Oh, the grab is brutal. Spank that monkey. This is our true first battle here. Yeah, that does a lot of damage. Yeah, the grab, the command grab it's done. Yeah, by that, it's a wrap. Hey, we teleported, right? I thought we teleported.
I get it. The monster that killed Grandpa. And the one that destroyed the tournament arena. All of that was me? I owe this to you, Gramps. I need to beat this guy. No matter what. I'll have to use every ounce of my energy for the tiniest chance at victory. If I die, I'll see you in the next world. At least I'll get to apologize to you.
The command grab is real. Wait, stop it. Wait. Wait. Okay. Come at me, bro. What? It goes straight through the comic. Just run, Goku. Oh, okay, or block it. That's fine. Wait, run! God, bro. We teleported, right? Okay, good.
Solar flare! I'm not done yet.
Wow. Run! That's it. The command grab. Monkey business, man. Yeah. It is ruthless. I'm also still trying to like totally get used to all the mechanics. Run.
No. After all this time, I get it. The monster that killed Grandpa. And the one that destroyed the tournament arena.
Probably don't want to commit to too many big combos.
Was me? I owe this to you, Gramps. I need to beat this.
Whoa!
No matter what. I'll have to use every ounce of my energy for the tiniest chance at victory.
For the tiniest chance. You're right about that.
I'll see you in the next world. At least I'll get to apologize to you.
Oh, crap. Run! Nope. I need to be popping that like all the time. It is crazy how strong that is. Right, where is Yajirobe? Come on, buddy. We need you with that sword. Cut this man's tail now. He's going insane. I like how they give a little like quick description of what happens if you lose the match.
No. After all this time, I get it. The monster that killed Grandpa. And the one that destroyed the tournament.
Oh my.
All of that was me? I owe this to you, Gramps. I need to beat this guy. No matter.
No!
I'll have to use every ounce of my energy for the tiniest chance at victory.
Oh my God, he's spamming.
I'll see you in the next world. At least I'll get to apologize.
This is our strat. We're just gonna beam this man down. No. How do you like dodge? I just want to dodge that. That's all I want to do. This man's just gonna follow me. I didn't think you'd come up here, bro. What? That's a big monkey in the sky right now. You know what? Let's wait for the beam. Let's bait him up here.
Fail me now.
Come on. That did nothing. Okay. Let's bait out the beam. Oh, I missed my hits. How do you miss this big dude's head? we're doing so good.
Solar flare!
It is nothing. It's over. Just a little shield. Just a little shield destroyed me. Oh my goodness. I knew this monkey business was gonna be real.
I'll vaporize you!
No.
Dude.
After all this time, I get it. The monster that killed Grandpa. And the one that destroyed
You try. The dodge. No.
After all this time, I get it. The monster that killed Grandpa. And the one that destroyed the tournament arena. All of that was me? I owe this to you, Gramps. I need to beat this guy.
Yo, you gotta be seeing this, right? It's command grab.
No. After all this time, I get it. The monster that killed Grandpa. And the one that destroyed the tournament arena. All of that was me?
Oh my god, with the command grab.
I need to beat this guy. No matter what.
2 command grab.
Every ounce of my energy for the tiniest chance at victory. If I die, I'll see you in the next world. At least I'll get to apologize to you.
Maybe we just keep hitting them. Oh. Like, this is when we get the most damage in. I wonder, can I counter him? Can't counter the command grab, I know that. Jesus Christ. Okay. I'm trying to figure out, what are we learning from this fight? We're really learning we need to stay away from him. Any hit he does is just like, it's a wrap. We can get this combo off in the beginning.
And the one that destroyed the tournament arena. All of that was
Stay away. Stay away.
I owe this to you, Gramps. I need to beat this guy.
There's the beam again.
No matter what.
You can bait the beam.
Every ounce of my energy for the tiniest chance at victory. If I die, I'll see you in the next world. At least I'll get to apologize to you.
Get out of there. Get. Oh my god, I was mid-flight, bro. Got her. So he starts that pretty early. Whoa. Get out of there. Is Kaioken the key? Oh my god. Oh, we couldn't dodge it. Yeah, we're done. We're done. Get out of there. Oh my goodness. The domination of these monkeys is clearly still there. Clearly. Oh my God. I don't want to lower difficulty. I want to figure this out.
No. After all this time, I get it. The monster that killed Grandpa. And the one that destroyed the tournament arena. All of that was me? I owe this to you, Gramps. I need to beat this guy. No matter what. I'll have to use every ounce of my energy.
It's difficult to dodge any of these attacks.
If I die, I'll see you in the next world. At least I'll get to apologize.
Every one of these hits we got hit by. Get out, get out! Get out! Get out, get out. Solar flare does nothing. Get out, get out, get out. I was boosted. Get out, get out. Get out, get out. Okay, let him do anything. Get out, get out, get out! Bro. 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 Get out of there.
After all this time, I get it. The monster that killed Grandpa. And the one that destroyed the tournament arena. All of that was me? I owe this to you, Gramps. I need to beat this guy. No matter what. I'll have to use every ounce of my energy.
Grab me.
For the tiniest chance at victory.
I'm trying to figure out. Get out.
If I die, I'll see you in the next world. At least I'll get to apologize to you.
Interesting. Oh, look how much damage that did. Get out, get out. The damage. I know y'all saw that. Maybe we've been going about this the wrong way. We knocked him all the way back there. Get out, get out. Hit him. Oh my God. He's coming. Wait, get out, get out, get out. Hit him. Okay, back off. Man. Get out, get out. I said get out, Goku. Dang. Get out. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, back up. That's right, baby. No, not the command grab. Oh, get out. No, no, no. Oh my God. No, dude. Oh my God. He had no health. None.
No. After all this time, I get it. The monster that killed Grandpa. And the one
Oh, get out, get out, get out. Ooh.
All of that was me? I owe this to you, Gramps. I need to beat this guy. No matter what. I'll
It was gone.
every ounce of my energy for the tiniest chance at victory. If I die, I'll see you in the next world. At least I'll get to apologize to you.
Dang it. Oh, this is bad. Oh my God, that's bad. Let's try that again. We didn't. Okay. Get out. Get out. Come on, hit him. Come on. Get out, get out. Get out. Oh my God, bro. Get out. I literally teleported out. Oh my God. This is bad. Get out. Oh, get out. Oh my goodness. It is tough, dude. It is so tough dodging all of these moves. I am learning from this battle. Honestly, if you could beat this, you'll probably be doing good in next week's tournament.
No, After all this time, I get it. The monster that killed Grandpa. And the one that destroyed the tournament arena. All of that was me? I owe this to you, Gramps. I need to beat this guy. No matter what. I'll have to use every ounce of my energy.
I'm just testing different stuff out now.
If I die, I'll see you in the next world. At least I'll get to apologize to you.
I think Kamehameha works pretty well. Really? Oh my goodness. Yeah. Oh my God, bro. He's not even in yellow yet. Okay, this is a start over. This is a do-over. Oh my goodness. The monkey is beating me down right now, Vegeta. Yeah, these guys are definitely banned from the tournaments.
No. After all this time, I get it. The monster that killed Grandpa. And the one that destroyed the tournament arena. All of that was me? I owe this to you, Gramps. I need to beat this guy.
I can't actually dodge any of the stuff he does.
I'll have to use every ounce of my energy for the tiniest chance.
Oh, nice.
Of victory. If I die, I'll see you in the next world. At least I'll get to apologize to you.
Bro, with the command freaking grabs.
Just for that, I'm going to crush you like a grape.
Restart that. You got like 12 command grabs in the beginning of the match.
No. After all this time, I get it. The monster that killed Grandpa. And the one that destroyed the tournament arena. All of that was me?
Get out.
This to you, Gramps.
Wow.
Beat this guy. No matter what. I'll have to use every ounce of my energy for the tiniest chance at victory. If I die, I'll see you in the next world. At least I'll get to apologize to you.
My best option.
Just for that, I'm going to crush you like a grape. I'll break you.
And now he's getting combos off. He's getting combos. Bruh.
I'll break you.
No. After all this time, I get it. The monster that killed Grandpa. And the one that destroyed the tournament arena. All of that was me?
Nice.
I owe this to you, Gramps. I need to beat this guy.
Whoa.
No matter what. I'll have to use every ounce of my energy for the tiniest chance at victory. If I die, I'll see you in the next world. At least I'll get to apologize to you.
I'll break you.
Get out. Get out. Oh. You barely touched it. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Never mind. Let's not risk that anymore. Get out. I need a sensu bean or something. I need like a sensu bean or something by that point in the fight. Whew. I don't know. I do not know what else they want. This thing is crazy. I remember struggling with these fights back in the day.
No. After all this time, I get it. The monster that killed Grandpa. And the one that destroyed the tournament arena. All of that was me? I owe this to you, Gramps. I need to beat this guy. No matter what. I'll have to use every ounce of my energy for the tiniest chance at victory. If I die, I'll see you in the next world. At least I'll get to apologize to you.
Oh my goodness. After all that, I'm just gonna grab you. Okay. I've been trying to get him to use that. Oh my goodness. You really cannot see. We've done 50 Kamehamehas already. Just from this fight alone.
I'll vaporize you!
No.
Maybe I should check the battle details.
No.
Why? Can we not dodge that? We've been dodging it this whole time. Bruh. There's no. Okay, can we dodge up?
No. After all this time, I get it. The monster that killed Grandpa. And the one that destroyed the tournament arena. All of that was me? I owe this to you, Gramps. I need to beat this guy. No matter what. I'll have to use every ounce of my energy for the tiniest chance at victory. If I die, I'll see you in the next world. At least I'll get to apologize to you.
Yeah, dude, that's crazy. Like, rushing him head on doesn't seem to work too well. Bruh, the way he swung that. The way he swung that. No sense.
After all this time, I get it. The monster that killed Grandpa. And the one that destroyed the tournament arena. All of that was me? I owe this to you, Gramps. I need to beat this guy. No matter what. I'll have to use every ounce of my energy for the tiniest chance at victory. If I die, I'll see you in the next world. At least I'll get to apologize to you. Take this!
Oh my goodness, bro. I moved. Oh my goodness. I'm at this point ready to just lower the difficulty. Screw it, dude. Screw it, man.
I'll break you!
No. After all this time, I get it. The monster that killed Grandpa. And the one that destroyed the tournament arena. All of that was...
Bro, do you see 3 times in a row command grab?
I'll break you!
No. After all this time, I get it. The monster that killed Grandpa. And the one that destroyed the tournament arena. All of that was me? I owe this to you, Gramps. I need to beat this.
Oh, what?
No matter what. I'll have to use every ounce of my energy for the tiniest chance at victory. If I die, I'll see you in the next world. At least I'll get to apologize to you.
Oh my. Okay, spamming those moves is...
That's it! I'll memorize
Look it out. I was gone, but okay.
Just for that, I'm going to crush you like a grape. I'll break you. I'll vaporize you.
Oh my.
I'll break you. Just for that, I'm going to crush you like a grape.
Command grab for good measure. I don't know what I'm doing wrong here. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't do that. Yeah, let's.
Here goes.
Back to monkey business. This is gonna be a minute. Oh, okay, we can skip.
After all this time, I get it. The monster killed Grandpa, and the one that destroyed the tournament arena. All of that was me? I owe this to you, Gramps. I need to beat this guy. No matter what. I'll have to use every ounce of my energy for the tiniest chance at victory. If I die, I'll see you in the next world. At least I'll get to apologize to you.
I'll vaporize you.
I wasn't able to move quick enough.
Die. I'll vaporize you.
I.
I'll break you.
Buddy, don't fail me now.
That's it. I'll break you. That's it.
I think we learned something here.
Buddy, don't fail me now.
Just for that, I'm going to crush
Oh my God. I'm dead. No? Yes! Oh my God, y'all.
I need total focus to use the spirit bomb.
Oh my God.
10 seconds. Come on. Give me just 10 lousy seconds to concentrate.
Woo! We did it! Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. That only took, what was that? I don't even know how long. Oh, God. To buy time he needs, Goku uses his solar flare on the Great Ape before him, which did nothing in the fight. Nothing. Goku then makes a run for it, getting as far away as he can.
There. Okay, I think I put enough distance between us.
He gathers a little key from all living creatures on Earth to fire one final shot in the hope of turning things around.
You coward! Where are you? Come out and face me!
Time's up! He found me! There, it's done! I've gathered energy from every corner of the world! Now!
Take this! This is the end of the line, Kakarot! Even if you do manage to come back to life, this miserable planet won't be around anymore! Die!
Consider that a little farewell present.
Goku ain't shut.
So just do what you're gonna do to me, all right? Take your best shot.
Damn you, Kakarot! How dare you leave a scar on my beautiful face! Just for that, I'm going to crush you like a grape! Why don't I kick it up a notch?
Oh.
What's that I hear? Every bone in your body breaking? Must hurt. Ha! I think your friends are here. How quaint!
Hey, Ugly! You put my dad down right now!
You tell him, Gohan. Wait a minute. The music's swelling. Oh, Yajirobe! You finally made it! 30 minutes later, Yajirobe, who has been waiting for the right moment to attack, leaps out and slices off the Great Ape Vegeta's tail. Vegeta returns to his true regular form. However, Goku remains incapacitated, and neither Krillin nor Gohan stand a chance against even a weakened Vegeta. Calling Krillin to his side, Goku entrusts him with the Spirit Bomb. All that's left is to wait for an opening to use it.
This is it. This must be the Spirit Bomb. It's all up to you now.
What the heck are you doing just standing there? You gonna throw the dang thing or what?
Huh? No choice now. Take this!
And he just jumped over that. Well,
Bounce it back, Gohan! I promise! It won't hurt you!
all right. The effects in this game, Jesus. Uh-oh. Vegeta survives the Spirit Bomb. Caught by the light of Vegeta's small false moon, Gohan transforms into a great ape and proceeds to corner him. Krillin is just about to finish Gogeta off once and for all when Goku stops him, telling him to let him go. Having narrowly escaped death, Vegeta departs Earth. Now aware of the existence of planet Namek, Krillin, Gohan, and Bulma believe it may hold a new set of Dragon Balls. As Goku needs more time to recuperate, the three set off for planet Namek without him. Character unlocked, Yajirobe. And we got 16,000 money. We got that money. So what is this? Did we not do this? Looks like we did. Nice. We got one chapter down. Give me 1 second, guys. I will be right back. Thank you guys for putting up with my insanely long battle with that ape. My goodness. But I will be right back. Thank you again for being here. I really appreciate it. Give me 1 moment. See you in a second. All right, guys, I am back. Thank you for being so patient. All right, let's see. Planet Namek.
Here goes!
Let's get Super Saiyan, shall we? About 1 month after the group sets off on their journey, Goku receives an SOS from Planet Namek. With the help of Yajirobe's sensu beans, Goku, now fully recovered, boards the spaceship Bulma's father has prepared for him and sets off for Planet Namek. On the spaceship, Goku continues his training. Before arriving on Planet Namek, he manages to break every limit to attain greater power than he's ever known. Frieza, Emperor of the Universe, makes his appearance on Planet Namek in search of the Dragon Balls. Oh my god. Newly recovered Vegeta also arrives, hoping to lay his hands on the very same Dragon Balls.
The Saiyans are a true warrior race. Don't underestimate us.
That freaking move, man. Let's see. Vegeta may have taken out the Emperor's underlings, but Frieza soon calls in his elite team of fighters, the Ginyu Force. In response, Vegeta teams up with Krillin and the others, but even still, their fight with the Ginyu Force is no cakewalk. Goku arrives in the nick of time, ready to show off the results of his training. All right. Rikim! His neck.
Sorry, you were wide open, so I just went for it.
You little punk.
Oh,
Look,
that's
you
that.
guys have got a choice to make here.
Tell him, Goku.
Either get off this planet and go home, or you're gonna wind up like your friend here.
Did you hear that, Bertha? This dolt knocks out Raccoon with a lucky shot, and suddenly he's dishing out threats to the likes of us. He's got some nerve.
Dude, I love it.
Let's teach this old punk why the Ginyu Force are the most elite warriors in the galaxy.
Elite warriors in the galaxy.
Let's go!
Let's go.
Yeah!
Bring it.
This is what happens to morons who underestimate the Ginyu Force.
Ooh. And he still won that. Okay. Huh.
I'm not done yet.
Oh, yes.
How dare you!
Let's freaking go, baby.
This'll end it.
Oh, I thought I dodged that. Damn.
Eat that! Ow! What is this bloke?
Yeah, let's fight underwater. What the heck?
I'm getting excited.
Pumped up Goku. God, he's going crazy all of a sudden.
I'm getting excited. This'll end it. Take this.
What the heck?
Share your energy with me.
Dude, this game is so sick. Come on, baby. You're kidding that that's all that did. Yo. Oh my God, bro.
I'm getting excited.
Like he has no health. Get out of here. Oh my goodness. Woo. Goku swiftly overpowers 2 members of the Ginyu Force. Another manages to escape, but Goku has more than demonstrated the fruits of his training. He hears about the Dragonballs from Gohan and the others, but before they can take action, Goku senses a strong ki headed in the direction of Guru. Goku tells the others to head straight for the Dragonballs, where he readies himself once more. It's time for him to put an end to the captain.
So, this is the guy, huh? His power level's only around 5,000.
Only around 5,000.
That's him, Captain. Don't be fooled. This freak's way stronger than that.
He must be capable of boosting his strength in the midst of combat. From what I can tell, I'd say his true power level is somewhere around 60,000.
60,000? But that can't be. This guy's just a puny Saiyan.
It's not unheard of. He could have a natural talent, or perhaps his abilities have been amplified by a mutation like us. Either way, this battle's sure to be interesting. To think I'd find an opponent that I can finally demonstrate my full power on.
So, are we gonna dance or fight?
Alright, let's do this.
Have fun, Kakarot!
Vegeta?
This is gonna be good!
Oh, okay.
Uh-oh!
Captain Ginyu, sir. I will assist.
Damn it. Without Vegeta, this isn't exactly gonna be a cakewalk.
I don't remember asking for help, Birder. I'm perfectly capable of fighting my own battles.
Oh.
And it'll be you I pulverize, understood?
Share your energy with me. For a spirit bomb! Darn!
And he dodges it! Oh my god, he ran. This man ran, bro.
All right, let's go. Whoa! I'm not done yet.
Your strength is unbelievable. Yeah, I think I'll take it.
What do you mean by that?
Dude, I'm getting it. I'm freaking getting it. As long as we're not fighting the monkey. As long as we're not fighting the big monkeys. We're good here.
Change now!
Suddenly, Captain Ginyu begins chuckling. Then he lets out a deafening scream. In doing so, he triggers a technique that enables him to switch bodies with Goku. Now in control of Goku's body, Captain Ginyu heads back to his spaceship with his subordinate. Goku makes a desperate chase after them, but is hindered, trapped in Captain Ginyu's injured body.
Guys, listen! That's not me, it's Ginyu! Using my body!
The others arrive to find Goku battling his own body. Unknown to everyone, Vegeta has his own plans for Ginyu, but first... Seeing that Birder has lost his will to fight, Vegeta ruthlessly puts an end to his life.
Vegeta, why? They couldn't even defend themselves!
Shut up! You're too soft-hearted, Kakarot. It's kill or be killed.
After finishing off Birder, Vegeta shifts his attention to Ginyu, who has taken over Goku's body.
Now it's time to finish the job! Ah! Ah! Now die!
Fool! Change now!
Please.
What? Oh no!
Goku rushes to intercept Ginyu's body change technique and is able to reclaim his own body just in the nick of time.
Bastard! How dare you! You ruined everything!
I'm back to being me again. What the hell is going on? What does Kakarot think he's doing?
I better swap with a fresh body and quick!
Mm-hmm.
Yours will do, Vegeta!
All or nothing!
A frog. Suspecting Ginyu's playing, Goku throws a frog between the captain and Vegeta.
What in the world? That was a close one.
Okay, Stranger Things. Thwarted Captain Ginyu is now trapped inside a frog, and Goku is saved. Goku is then put inside the medicine machine to recover. However, he can sense Vegeta and the others fighting nearby.
Now get ready!
Oh boy. Meanwhile, Vegeta's and the others sense an immense power coming from their opponent, one that far exceeds their own. Just as he is marveling at Frieza's strength, Goku's treatment finishes, and he is fully healed.
Try to hang on just a little bit longer. I'm on my way, guys!
Boy is back in it. When Goku arrives at the raging battle, Vegeta is moments away from death at Frieza's hands.
I'm begging you, please. Beat him for me. For the pride of our race. You must defeat him. Please, he must die by a Saiyan's hand.
And so, the battle between Goku and Frieza begins. Oh god, here we go. This is about to be crazy.
I can only imagine how hard that must have been for you to do. I may have hated you when you were alive, but I always respected your pride. And now, it's time for me to share that pride. Pride in myself. I am a Saiyan that was raised on planet Earth. And in the name of every single Saiyan that you've made suffer, for them, and all the people of planet Namek too, I will defeat you!
These effects are great. Wow.
And I would just love to see you try.
Both of you, we need to get out of here and quick. We'll only be in the way.
Look at these effects.
Go on! Come on, hurry!
Please don't die, Dad!
It's like looking at a manga panel.
I don't know if I've ever felt this excited about the prospect of battle in my entire life. Now I only need to decide how I'll kill you.
Yeah! I'm not done yet.
Don't bother!
Haha.
Take this!
Bang.
Oh! Oh my god, it's actually like threatening. Fighting him here.
I think I'll toy with you a bit.
I'm not done yet.
No!
It's time for sudden death! Why don't we finish with the rehearsal and commence with the real battle?
I'm scared, chat.
Bang. Don't bother!
I'm getting excited.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Really hurt. You make me feel pain! You vermin!
I love it. Crap. Come to me.
I was really hoping I wouldn't have to rely on this again. If I want to win this fight, my only choice is to gather enough energy for a spirit bomb.
I don't know where he is, but
Your energy with me.
thank you, right? It's so cool, man.
Darn.
I don't know where he is. What? You're kidding, that's all that did.
Share your energy with me.
Oh God. Is he stuck? What's happening? I'll take it. I mean, he ain't coming out. I already borrowed the planet's energy. I guess I can't do it again. We're going to him. Great damage.
Share your energy with me. All right,
Oh, yeah.
let's go. Gotta be around here somewhere.
Did he say where did he go? Where could I have gone? I'm right here.
For a spirit bomb. Darn.
Is that the best you can do?
I love it. What are you talking about? That's the best I can do. It destroyed you. What are you talking about? Yo, this game is sick. Oh my God. Like we haven't even seen anything. Goku's Spirit Bomb has finally brought an end to the long and hard-fought battle. At last, our heroes can rest, or at least they think until.
No, it can't be. Frieza's alive!
No. Please. Piccolo!
I advise against placing too much stock in your escape. Though if you like, I can bring you closer to home.
Krillin! No, Frieza! Don't do it!
Well,
I think the brat should go next.
well,
You! Ruthless! Heartless! Bastard! Go! Take Piccolo with you and get out of here now!
Let's
Find
go.
the spaceship and go!
Let's freaking go.
Do as I tell you right now, before I lose what little sense of reason I have left!
I'm trying to be a responsible father. Overcome with pure rage at seeing Krillin die before his very eyes, Goku transforms into a legendary Super Saiyan. Once again, the trumpets of battle sound. Frieza, whose body can survive even the vacuum of space, has decided to launch an attack powerful enough to destroy planet Namek in its entirety. With 5 minutes left until planet Namek's extinction, Frieza finally reaches full power.
His power is expanding even more than his muscles.
Look at this!
This really must be 100% of his full power.
Goku, are you listening to me down there? Quit standing around and finish him! This is our one chance!
It also may be the only chance I'll ever have to fight him. If he really is the strongest being in the whole universe, I need to see if I can beat him myself.
Oh.
What did you just say? Goku, listen to yourself! You're out of your mind! There's no point to this!
Krillin can't be brought back to life with the Dragon Balls a second time.
This is incredible looking. Holy.
Best friend sitting down. Krillin was my best friend. And Frieza took him from me. He killed him in an instant, like it was nothing.
85% now. 90.
Frieza, just know the only reason I'm letting you reach full power is because I want to beat you at your best, with no regrets for either one of us. I know you want the same thing. You're itching to see what your 100% full power is capable of.
This is so crazy. It looks so good. Let's go, mother.
My apologies for the wait. This is my full power.
Then do you want to finish this, or are you just gonna keep talking?
Ho 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 ho!
We're settling this right here and now.
Stubborn little cockroach!
Let's freaking go.
Million pieces! Just like I did that Earthling.
That Earthling? Are you talking about Krillin? Don't you dare say his name!
Oh wow, dude. He is so fast in this mode. Bro.
Wait! Don't make that wish! Ask the dragon to leave both Frieza and me behind! I'm serious, King Kai! You have to let me finish this battle with Frieza, or I'll never forgive you!
What is now? I'm angry.
Don't make me regret this! Enough of this!
Wow.
It's useless!
Now I'm mad!
Oh. Oh my God. Let's go. This is so cool. And we're making so much Zenny from this. Oh my God. This is so cool. Battles with powerful characters is gonna be insane, dude.
He who triumphs loses everything, while the vanquished escapes. I hate to gloat, but there's a lesson here on the virtue of mercy. Its only value is to your foe.
We'll see about that.
I am Lord Frieza, the most powerful being in the universe.
Which is why what?
You must die by my hand!
I like this new voice actor they got for him.
You fool!
I was gonna let you live. So I did. After a desperate struggle, Goku defeats Frieza. He tries to escape from the crumbling remains of planet Namek. But the spaceship he's found is too damaged to be piloted. Luckily, he spies a pod piloted by the Ginyu Force, and with that, safely but narrowly escapes planet Namek. If the pod is not headed for Earth, it is destined for planet Yardrat, and Goku learns a new technique. Ooh, a new technique. Let's frickin' go. We did it. Oh yeah, the Android Saga. Let's frickin' go. Oh my god.
Here goes!
My boy. My boy. I gotta play as Trunks. I gotta see what Trunks feels like in this. 1 year has passed since the battle with Frieza on planet Namek. Frieza has survived and comes to Earth, seeking revenge. However, a mysterious young man suddenly appears before him. Slice and dice, my boy. The young man then transforms into a Super Saiyan, just like Goku, and annihilates Frieza instantly. Love that. At the same time, Goku, who was on planet Yardrat after his escape from planet Namek, returns to Earth. The youth tells Goku that his name is Trunks, and he has come from the future. He warns that in 3 years, androids built by the Red Ribbon Army will arrive. Apparently, in the future, Trunks' friends have been murdered, and Goku has died of a heart virus, so he has come to give Goku some medicine for his illness. Hey, Miss Sam Kim, thank you for coming by. Thank you for that lurk. Appreciate that. After telling Goku that he will come to their aid when the androids arrive, Trunks returns to his own time. Goku is determined to fight alongside his friends to avert the coming catastrophe in their futures. I like this outfit he's got on. Very, very nice.
Piccolo, what do you say? Want to train with me and Gohan? I've been raring to fight you again.
Sure. Sounds good to me.
Krillin, what about the rest of you guys?
Thanks, but I'm gonna head to Master Roshi's and train with him, actually.
You too strong now.
Oh, well, okay.
City. 3 years pass, and the fated day of May 12th has finally come. Goku and the others gather at the time and place that Trunks gave them. They settle in to wait for the android's appearance, but before they know it, they're already here.
Up there, in the sky. He was attacked from above.
Goku and the others couldn't even sense the androids before they started landing in the streets. Suddenly, Goku senses that Yamcha's ki is rapidly fading. They arrive to find him barely alive, having suffered a mortal blow at the hands of the androids. I swear, dude, Yamcha is always getting his butt kicked. Goku leaves Krillin with the injured Yamcha and turns to face the incoming androids. Oh, Dr. Gero.
There are too many innocent people here. Let's take this somewhere else. You agree to that at least?
Too many innocent people? Well, that is a problem which can be easily corrected.
Stop it! You bastards!
It was my understanding you wanted the streets free of onlookers. Evidently, our solution does not please you.
That's it! Follow me, and we're gonna settle this!
Follow me. I hope he does. Goku leads the androids to a deserted area, away from the town they were trying to destroy. Once at a safe distance from humanity, Goku questions the androids about how they know details about him and the others. As it turns out, Android 20 has been studying Goku and his friends ever since he defeated the Red Ribbon Army in order to learn how to defeat them. He informs them that over time he has analyzed and come to fully grasp the power they wield. Android 20 is confident that victory will be his. Goku only grins in response.
If all you know about me is from before I went to Namek, you're about to be in for a real shock!
Show him, Goku.
Whoa!
You guys stay out of this. If I'm the one these guys want,
Dude.
then that's what they're gonna get.
The effects are so good. This looks amazing.
A most intriguing discrepancy, this dormant power. It departs rather considerably from the data previously compiled.
Oh, y'all about to get y'all butt kicked.
But it is not remotely discouraging. His strength is within manageable parameters. Android number 19 shall now operate as your executioner.
Is that so?
Is that right? Fine. Then get over here and fight me.
All right, let's go. Oh, you okay?
Not done yet. Take this.
There we go.
Bother, it is futile.
And what is that? What's futile? Better get up. Dishing our Kamehamehas like it ain't nothing.
All right, let's go.
Wait. Oh, crap.
It's immeasurable. This Super Saiyan transformation put Goku on a level far beyond us all.
Far beyond us all.
Now I'm mad.
Ooh. Oh, I miss. I miss. Where is he? Yeah. Oh my God. Let me turn around, bro.
Do not bother, it is futile. No escape.
Ooh. Okay.
Get ready to see my real strength.
Now you didn't. You didn't have done it now, bro. It's right in front of him too. Right in front of him. Yeah. He's dead. Dude, that is sick. Win 10 matches. Let's freaking go, dude. This game. Move a few bad Apple bots here. It's crazy. They're just like literally coming in here together. You guys probably just see that all of a sudden I'm like banning. Someone's banned. But yeah. Super Saiyan Goku. This is just Super Saiyan 1. He's badass, man. Goku loses consciousness after his battle with the androids. Once he's been given the medicine from Trunks, he comes to for a few days later. During that time, androids 16, 17, and 18 awaken, and to make matters worse, a creature named Cell has appeared, seeking the ultimate power. That's just great. It is through absorbing androids 17 and 18 that Cell plans to attain his perfect form. Now aware of his new foes, Goku enters the hyperbolic time chamber so he can complete a year of training in just a single day.
If I want any chance of winning battles to come, then I need to train hard enough to find a level beyond Super Saiyan.
Level beyond Super Saiyan.
It started. Piccolo's getting ready to fight.
Yeah, but who? Do you think it's Cell?
No. Whoever it is, I can't sense their energy, so it's gotta be one of the other androids. Stop, Gohan! We can't help it! We're nowhere near their level right now. All we do is slow Piccolo down.
Dad, that energy! It's gotta be Cell! He's on the move!
Oh man, these bots are really getting really getting bold. What in the world? I'm so happy y'all can't see what I'm saying. It's crazy. This is definitely a new thing with Twitch. I saw like some other streamers mentioning it as well. Like there's like literally lines of bots that will come in and you guys can't see them, but they're definitely in the chat, and I guess they're automatically, I guess, classified as ban evaders. It's crazy. Let's wait for Vegeta and Trump.
I'm telling you, there's nothing we can do to help Piccolo with the level of strength we're at right now. Come on, Vegeta! What's taking you so long?
Later, Cell absorbs Android 17, getting one step closer to his perfect form. Dang.
Perfect form. It's perfect.
Soon after, he also absorbs Android 18, thus achieving his perfect form. Following this, Cell declares that the Cell Games will be held after 10 days of preparation. He states he wishes to prove the strength of his final form, enjoy a little entertainment, and of course, terrorize the world. What in the world? Goku completes his training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Although he says that Cell is still stronger than him, his spirit has not been crushed. 10 days pass and the Cell Games begin. I like how Gohan looks so different.
The Cell Games have officially begun. Now, if any of you should dare to step forward, I would like to kick things off.
I'll go first.
Oh man, the differences in this, like the different versions of Goku is crazy. You can see it all.
Well,
It's so cool.
I was hoping to save the best for last, Goku. But so be it.
And I love that you can change the camera angle.
Come on.
Let's go. Oh, nice. I'm gone, right? No! That do anything? What?
I'm not done yet.
Forget it. Too slow.
I'm not done yet. Don't hold back.
Wow, that didn't do anything. Woo!
You fool.
Ooh.
Nice work.
Why does he want to get it? He wants to fight so high up. Ooh. He got me. I can't touch him. Is this supposed to be happening? Okay, maybe not, because he did take that. He took all of that. Okay, good.
I give up. I fought as hard as I could, but it's pretty clear there's no way I can beat you. So that's it for me.
That's it for me. Wow. Okay. Enjoying his fight with Goku immensely, Cell realizes what a shame it would be if one of them were to lose it on a trivial technicality like going out of bounds, so he destroys the ring entirely. But to Cell's surprise, Goku announces that he's throwing in the towel. Believing that Gohan's strength has surpassed his, Goku entrusts the fight of Earth to Gohan. However, Gohan has misunderstood. Even though Goku is misunderstood. Even though Gohan has obtained greater strength, he is still a kind-hearted youth.
The truth is, I hate fighting. And I don't want to kill anyone. Believe it or not, I don't even want to kill a bad guy like you.
Cell decides he's going to purposely enrage Gohan to force him to reveal his true power. So he produces Cell Juniors to inflict pain on Goku and the others.
Now, my precious little babies. See those 7 spectators up there? Kill them all! Oh, and do have fun.
And do have fun.
Guys, keep your guard
Dang,
up.
that's sick.
These things are way stronger than they look. Damn it all! I'm sorry, guys. I messed up. I didn't think things would end up like this.
Oh. Crap. Let me in there. Ooh, okay.
Don't hold back.
No,
There we go.
I'm telling you to stop.
All right, Cell Juniors, playtime's over. Do as Daddy says and kill them all. Right now.
We just blocked each other. Hey?
I'm not done yet.
Oh, wow.
Don't hold back.
Boost it. Oh my god, there was no announcement for that attack.
I'm not done yet.
Taking it all away, baby. Oh! You gotta be kidding me, he dodged to the, just to the right. Try it again then.
Let's go.
Alright. There's no way. He's flying towards the ground right now. There it is.
You've changed.
You got what you wanted, and I'll never forgive you.
I don't even know where he is. There he is. Oh my god. That's it. Ooh. Yo, this game is sick. It is so sick.
Suffering you caused.
This is only Super Saiyan 2. Thank you guys again, whoever is watching. Thank you guys tonight. All the lurkers, I appreciate it, guys. I really, really do. Again, next week, we're going to try to see if we can get a slight tournament going on. Just a nice little fun community thing. If you're interested, definitely hang around.
Finish him! It's all up to you!
What, do you want me to end it already? I'm not letting him off that easy. He deserves to feel the same pain he put all his victims through.
Yes, sir, Sam, thank you so much. Oh, Gohan's lost it.
Am I seeing things, or did he just puke up 18?
Ugh.
You son of a...
Huh?
In a few moments, I'll blow myself to bits. I might die, but then so will all of you. This planet will explode in a burst of flame. Flame! On me. Boom! Bye-bye, Earth. No sense in wasting your last few seconds while you got 'em.
Yeah. What will you do, Gohan? What will you do?
I've killed us.
Damn his hair.
It's all my fault. I could have.
These graphics, my goodness.
I know that look. Sorry, I've thought this over, guys. And well, any way you slice it, there's only one way to save Earth. Goodbye, my friends.
Goodbye? You're not thinking of...
Goku, no! You did good today, Gohan.
These are the exact shots. That's so cool.
Dad, what are you?
Tell your mom I'm sorry, but I'm not gonna make it home this time.
Dang, these graphics.
His energy, it's gone without a trace.
Go into first person. You can only do. Oh, you can do it now? You can't see anything.
What? What is wrong with you? You can't bring that guy here!
Sorry, King Kai. I was kind of short on options.
Why did he bring him there? Oh, look at this. Get that belly shot. Goku uses instant transmission to bring both himself and Cell to King Kai's planet and save Earth from Cell's self-destruction. Cell successfully regenerates his body and returns to Earth, but Gohan, inspired by Goku's words, stands to meet him, ready to end him once and for all. Everyone wants to revive Goku, but he asks them to stop.
Take care, okay? Live your lives to the fullest, and I'll see you again when you're dead. Bye-bye!
What in the world? Something's wrong with Goku, y'all. Hey, we got that sword Trunks outfit number 2. Dang. So JV, what did you think so far, man? You enjoying it?
Here goes.
It has a slight learning curve, actually. Thanks to the father-son duo Goku and Gohan, Earth enjoys 7 years of peace until one day, Goku hears that Gohan has entered the World Tournament, and using the power of fortune teller Baba, he returns to Earth for just one day to participate. Absolutely, and yes, it sure does. Dude, that monkey, that monkey version of Vegeta, that took me a good amount of time to beat, I'm not gonna lie. To prevent Boo's return, Goku steps away from the tournament. He instead follows after the wizard Babidi and defeats his subordinates. Are you playing on Classic? No, I'm not. Should I be? I thought I might, but I don't know. I think I should, to be honest. Babidi uses his power to send Goku and the others back to the tournament area. That's when I thought the game got real. Okay, all right, I'll try Classic. Oh, you talking about the gorilla? Yeah, man, that monkey battle. Ooh. Heedless of the spectators around him, Vegeta fires off a Kai Blast. Goku uses all his strength to try and stop it, but
Vegeta!
we battle in here?
Vegeta, tell me it isn't true. You let Babidi's spell take control of you, didn't you? Because doing something like this would make me fight you. It's true, isn't it?
If I hadn't gone to these lengths, we wouldn't be about to fight.
Really? What? And I'm not sure about Classic being better, but definitely want to know what that perception does on standard mode. I'm curious too, yeah.
One day, one measly day in which to beat you, and I wasn't going to waste it standing around on that ship.
So you chose Classic?
That was your reasoning? You killed countless innocents to try and repair your meaningless pride?
And it feels good?
Meaningless? What do you know of meaningless? I don't give a damn about Majin Buu. All I want is my fight with Kakarot.
Okay, I'll try it. I'll try it out.
Here and now, I will emerge as the victor
Look
once
at
and
this.
for all. There's no reason he ever should have bested me. He and I are both Saiyans. But I was royalty among our people. I was a prince, yet he prevailed. He even had the impudence to save my life before. And that is an indignity I cannot bear!
You don't want to be saved?
Babidi, move us to some place where there's no one else around. I'll give Vegeta the fight he wants, but not here.
All right then. Guess you can find somewhere else.
Vegeta and Goku are transported to another location, but Vegeta remains under Babidi's control. However, it turns out to be Vegeta's simple-minded desire to defeat Goku that allows him to shake off Babidi's total control.
For you to go this far, you must have wanted to settle the score real badly, huh, Vegeta? Can't lie, I get it. This might take longer than I thought.
Okay, this music.
When I kill you!
Get ready to see my...
Kill this! Take them health bars down. Take them health bars down. Give me them health bars. Give me them health bars. Those health bars, you got too many health bars. Them, okay, I'm done.
Everyone else can die for all I care.
Oh, yeah?
Deep down, I know you're still safe, Vegeta.
About to pop this in your face. What? And give me them health bars again. Yeah, give me them health bars. About to put you in the red. Oh, in the yellow. We'll take that. We don't care though. Let me get this. About to get in your face, dude. Let's go, bruh.
You wouldn't give me your best in this fight if you were too distracted.
Vegeta!
Yo. Unbelievable. Love it. Absolutely love it. I'm here for it. That was really easy. Goku intends to fight Vegeta and Majin Buu, but Vegeta blindsides him and leaves with a senzu bean. He then risks his own life to attempt to defeat Buu himself.
Farewell, Bulma, Trunks, and even you, Kakarot.
However, just after Vegeta lands the final fatal blow, Majin Buu immediately revives, going on to destroy the world with Babidi, just as he wanted all along. Goku remains consciousness. Regains consciousness, and as he cannot sense Gohan's ki, assumes he is dead. Now he must think of a plan to defeat Majin Buu. He lands upon teaching the fusion technique to his son, Goten, and Vegeta's son, Trunks, which will allow them to combine into a fiercely powerful warrior. After hearing that Buu has gone to destroy West City, it's decided that Trunks will go rescue the Dragon Radar. In an attempt to buy some time, Goku interrupts Majin Buu and shows the monster his further awakened form.
All right, Majin Buu, kill this guy first. Right now!
We'll hear you first time!
Come on, big guy! Why is somebody as strong as you taking orders from a shrimp like Babidi?
Nobody asked for your opinion. Majin Buu is my loyal servant, and he obeys my every command if he knows what's good for him.
This song right here, are you serious? Oh my god.
Let's rematch something. See you around.
See you around. Give me them health bars. Give me them health bars. I need the health bars. Give me them health bars. Oh, you're not giving me the health bars? Okay, I don't need your health bars. Okay, I'm gonna just take them regularly. All right, let's go. Wait, what? 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 What?
Don't waste our time. Vegeta already tried the golden hair trick, and look what happened to him.
Look what happened to him.
There's regular old Super Saiyan. Then there's a level beyond Super Saiyan.
And then there's a level beyond. Check this out. Give me them health bars. Give me them health bars. Give me those health bars. I'm taking those health bars. Let's go. Let's go. What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? Oh, I'm going up another level. Oh, level 3, let's go.
I'm sorry this took so much longer than the others, but I haven't had as much practice with this one.
Oh my god.
This is what I call Super Saiyan 3.
Okay. This is to go even further beyond.
Real fight starts now.
Are we gonna be in the water this whole fight? Ooh, okay. Wait, what? That was a weak instant transmission. Wow.
Hopefully that means he found the Dragon radar and is leaving West City.
It's over, my guy. Oh my God, that song is going on the list. We gotta get the soundtrack. I don't think I'll do all those the stories on stream, but do Goku's story. There's only Goku's story. Yeah, there's only Goku. Goku is able to buy sufficient time and uses instant transmission to return, leaving Majin Buu to kill Babidi and seize his independence. Goku expended an extraordinary amount of ki during the fight, and as a result, can only remain on Earth for a little while longer. He pours everything he has into training Goten and Trunks, but up until the very last minute. Not true? Are you sure? I think that it's only Goku's story. But unfortunately, the time for him to return...
Goku, I'm sorry, but it's about time we took you back to Otherworld.
Okay. Back to Otherworld. Why are you saying not true? You saw something else?
Right. I understand.
I'll take a look in a sec.
What's the matter, Goten?
Goten, honey, do you want to give your dad a hug before he goes?
Oh, was that all? You should have said so, son. Bring it in.
Bring it in. Aw.
Goten, you take good care of your mom for me, okay? Well, that's it, everybody. I'll see you all on the other side.
Away he goes. Goku, who has since returned to the Otherworld, uses instant transmission to be reunited with Gohan when he senses him training in the land of the Kais. By chance, Gohan breaks Elder Kai's seal 15 generations ago, and his latent potential is unleashed.
Bum-ba-da-bum! Gotenks is here!
Meanwhile, on Earth, Goten and Trunks have fused to become Gotenks. The super warrior puts his all into fighting Majin Buu, but is ultimately unable to defeat him. Now powered up, Gohan then rushes to Earth to defeat Buu. Goku sees him off and watches on from the land of the Kais. Who the hell is that? Unfortunately, Gohan finds himself struggling against Buu, who had grown stronger after absorbing Gotenks and Piccolo. With Elder Kai's life force, Goku returns to the living. He takes the Kai's Potara earrings, which promises power greater than fusion, and heads to Earth. Goku tries to use the Potara earrings to fuse with Gohan, but before he can, Gohan is absorbed by Buu, leaving Goku between a rock and a hard place. Vegeta, meanwhile, is brought to Earth with the help of Fortune Teller Baba. Goku tries asking him to fuse, but Vegeta rejects the idea outright. However, upon learning that Bulma has been killed and Trunks was absorbed, Vegeta has a change of heart.
I finally found you!
Vegeta!
The earring! Give it here!
Give it here!
Vegeta, let's do this!
Hand it to me, now!
Okay.
Alright! I'm Vegeta and Kakarot together. Guess that makes me Vegeta. And this.
Let's go, dude. Now we're talking. Come on, get up.
Take this. If you really want to dole out some damage, watch and learn.
Big bang attack. He didn't say it.
All right. Not so fast.
Oh, he's strong.
Damn you! Damn you both!
What? Not winning as easily as you thought. Don't be such a baby about it. If it means anything, even I'm surprised at kicking your face in.
Forward, ghosties!
What the? Oh!
I said there you are. Let's end this. Final Kamehameha! Anyway,
What?
I've had just about enough fun for one day. So I'm going to give you 10 seconds to say your prayers before I wrap this up.
This is bullcrap!
And here it is.
All right. Let's hope this plan's crazy enough to work.
Dang, I didn't get to use my ability. That sucks. I was real hyped to use that. We'll have to see it another time. Dang. Vegito finds the right opening, then allows himself to be absorbed by Boo. At last, he rescues Gohan and the others and brings them to safety. However, by saving Majin Buu in the form in which he first appeared, the Buu before them changes into his purest form, one that lacks all self-control. Having become the embodiment of absolute destruction, he wreaks havoc upon Earth. Supreme Kai helps Goku and his friends flee to the land of the Kais, but Buu won't be deterred. Learning instant transmission, he goes after them. Battle that threatens to destroy the entire universe begins.
Your strength is truly amazing, Kakarot. You've always been like this, ever since the day I first met you. You were prepared to meet a challenge, even when it was bigger than you were. First, I thought it was your loved ones, that it was your blind instinct to protect them that spurred you on, and pushed you beyond your limits. And certainly that was part of it. But over the years, I realized there was more. Something else in the way you approach a battle. I used to fight for the sheer pleasure of it. Sparing no one, I killed the dominants to feed my insatiable pride. But you never fight to kill, or even to win, only to test your limits and become the strongest you could possibly be. You showed mercy to everyone. As if you knew one day I would possess the tiniest sliver of
Why is he over here having this whole conversation in my ear right now? I'm trying to survive, bro.
There's some miracle. Your passion is rubbed off on me. Yet I still don't fully understand how you do it. How can a Saiyan fight with such power? And at the same time,
my goodness. Kicking my butt right now.
Blind to the truth.
Vegeta.
Hang in there, Kakarot.
Stop. Vegeta.
If I don't, who will?
Whew. Oh my God, no. Fight on who will? I take it you've been playing? Yes. A chance. You need to go to the very limit. I need to hit this man with a dragon fist. It's our only chance. Oh, no, he didn't. And he let me waste that. He's just kicking my butt, bro. If I don't, who will? I don't know the answer to that, Goku. I don't know who will.
Your strength is truly amazing.
Homie, instant transmission.
Ever since the day I first met you, you were prepared to meet a challenge, even when it was bigger than you were. First, I thought it was your loved ones, that it was your blind instinct to protect them that spurred you on and pushed you beyond your limits. And certainly that was part of it. But over the years, I realized there was more. Something else in the way you approach a battle. I used to fight for the sheer pleasure of it, sparing no one. I killed for dominance.
Take me there.
But you didn't fight to kill.
Yes.
Or even to win, only to test your limits and become the
I lost.
you possibly be. You showed mercy to
Ooh, that's a long time to be out. Oh my God.
one day. I will possess the tiniest sliver.
Yo, that's a long time to be out.
Here I am, fighting alongside you. Defy all logic.
How is he getting through all of that, bro? What?
Passion has rubbed off on me, and yet I still don't fully understand how you do it. How can a Saiyan fight with such power, and at the same time be so gentle?
In Vegeta, bro, chill out.
To the truth for so long. Hang in there, Kakarot. You are number one.
If I don't, who will?
If I don't, who will? Get off. And he goes nowhere.
I'm not done.
Yup, your muscle memory kicks in. It's a little different. Oh my God, he's in my face. Come on. Yes. Dragon Fist. Give me them health bars. Bro, you better let me charge straight to the... Frieza is a man. Frieza was crazy. But for me, I had trouble with, there we go. We got that off. Get out of here.
Finish him off on your own. Discharge your energy all the way and vaporize this monster.
What do you think I've been trying to do?
Bro, what?
Chance to concentrate. Can't focus my power. It's just so hard when he keeps coming at me. I only need a minute. 1 minute, that's all.
There it is. Woo. Frieza's abusing you. Man, it was Vegeta. It was Vegeta. Vegeta in that in the gorilla mode was piecing me up for like 30 minutes. I'm like, what am I doing wrong? Ever since then, no, it's been all right. Vegeta tries to buy time, but Majin Buu defeats him. It is now that Mr. Satan appears and declares that he will vanquish Majin Buu himself. Seeing this, Majin Buu attempts to kill Mr. Satan. But the original Majin Buu splits from Majin Buu and begins to defend Mr. Satan. However, he does not last long. Goku, who is supposed to have been building up his ki, gets exhausted and in turn cannot sustain his transformation. Vegeta smiles wryly, realizing that the tide has been turned against them, but he also has an idea.
Hey, Supreme Kais and Dende! Do you hear me up there? If you can, then say something, damn it!
Damn it! He issues orders to Dende and the others and gathers the Namekian Dragon Balls. Vegeta then proceeds to revive Earth and all the people killed by Majin Buu.
I think it's about time we let the people of Earth shoulder the burden for once. The plan is underway. It's time for you to create a spirit bomb.
A spirit bomb. Okay, hold on. I got you on that spirit bomb. I just needed some water. I'm parched. Okay.
If I collect a little energy from all the people who were brought back, it still won't be enough to take down Boo.
It won't be enough.
It won't just be a little bit.
Oh, the muscle memory.
Spirit energy that can spare.
There's a lot of like options actually, which is like surprising to me. Them Shin Budokai combos back. All right, it's all set.
And you can speak not to just Earthlings, but the whole universe if you want.
That's more like it. Citizens of planet Earth, can you hear me?
I like this new side of you, Vegeta. Nice going. Here we go. People of Earth, give me your energy. We need you.
The tutorial should do a better job teaching you stun heavy combos. Yeah, should teach you. It should do a better job of like teaching you all the anything. Honestly, I didn't feel like I learned that much.
It's ready.
It wasn't until that fight with that gorilla where I was like, okay, I'm learning. I'm getting my face beat in.
You're an incredible warrior, Boo. It was you.
God, that transformation right there was sick.
Won. I hope you can come back once more, but good.
But good.
I want to fight you again, one-on-one, without all the loss. I'll be right there waiting for you, only stronger. Later.
The evil Majin Buu is defeated by the Spirit Bomb, and Goku and the others return safely to Earth. All their friends come out to greet them, including their families.
You mean you can stay now? We can all be together like a real family? You and Gohan and Goten are back and there's no catch?
That's right! I can't wait to get to Mount Paozu and have some of your good old home cooking, Chi-Chi. Oh, come on, Chi-Chi, why are you crying? I thought it was good news.
Goku is alive once more and has defeated Buu. Now he returns to his life as a family man. Oh, he's a family man again. How about that? Uh-oh, character Oob. Let's go. Okay, so James, JV, are you still here? Because you talking about you could play as other characters? I don't know. I don't know, man. Oh, change character. What? It's not letting me. It's not letting me do that though. That's the thing. Back out. Oh. 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 Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I see what you mean.
Okay, let's do this thing.
I mean, it's gonna be a lot. Dang, dude, there are more characters. I'm kind of glad about that, though. You know, like, you can really get a hang of everything. Through his fight with Majin Buu, Goku was revived. He now spends his days training so he can get even stronger. However, he is soon to encounter a new and even more powerful enemy. While Goku is training, the god of destruction, Lord Beerus, shows up to Bulma's birthday party, apparently in search of a Super Saiyan god. No one stands a chance against Beerus, who has the power to destroy everything. A Super Saiyan god. You stopped here, so have a good rest of the stream. Hey, man, no problem. I appreciate it, James. I appreciate it, man. Thank you for being here. No problem, no problem.
Let's go, Lord Beerus, you and me. But if I win, you have to leave this planet untouched. Deal?
Very well, I accept your terms. But know
I
this,
love Beerus.
none in this universe can hope to match the power of Beerus the Destroyer.
The Destroyer.
I'm not done yet!
Goku has been beaten down, but he's not out yet. Holding on tight to his will to fight, he rises to face Beerus once more. Oh man, are we fighting Beerus?
Did the Super Saiyan God thing work?
I don't know. It sure seemed like it did.
Whoa, he beating the brakes off me.
Dad's energy at all.
Believe it or not, that's good news. The energy that radiates from a god cannot be detected by mere mortals.
Oh, that tracks. Gotcha.
All right, let's go!
I don't think Goku stood a chance in this fight against Beerus. Okay, that's a block move. God bind. There we go.
I'm not done yet.
I don't know what that is. What? I went first. It doesn't matter. Yeah, dude.
I'm not done yet.
What a drag. Here we go. This is more than enough for you. You see the difference between us?
Well. I'm pretty sure we actually, well, I don't think he stood a chance. Yeah. That's about right. But I'm pretty sure we gotta beat him. Yeah. This sounds like a retry situation. Yeah, the finger flick. You see the difference between us?
I don't know. It sure seemed like it did, but I can't sense my dad's energy at all.
Believe it or not, that's good news. The energy that radiates from a god cannot
Oh,
be
block,
detected
block,
by mere mortals.
block! Oh! Block again. Ooh! Oh, Jesus Christ. All right, come over here. What? I think my only chance to beat this guy is to hit him with my supers. He is going too crazy. Here I am. Yeah, he is just beating the crap. I think the only thing I can do here is survive as long as I can. I God-bound you. I God-bound you.
What a drag.
God binding him all the way over there. Ooh.
Finally, this is what I've been waiting for.
Ooh.
What do you say we continue this fight on equal footing? God to God.
God to God.
I'm only scratching the surface of this new power.
Yes, baby. These what if scenarios look time consuming. Wait, there's what if scenarios?
All right, let's go. But what about you, Beerus? I can tell you're holding something back.
Figured that out, did you?
Well, I had a feeling.
Yes, it connected.
You don't have to hold yourself back for my sake, Lord Beerus. I'm not gonna get any stronger unless you face me with everything you've got.
Nice, we did it.
Are you always this talkative? You just
Good.
don't get it.
Telling you, the supers on super strong enemies, that's the way. You just have to get the right scenario with the character to get it off. Make sure it'll hit. Yeah, so if you go back through the story map, you can see what ifs if you did the battle a different way. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I can see that giving us a lot more time. All right, so we start training with Beerus. Both awaken to Super Saiyan God's Super Saiyan forms and its incredible power. However, back on Earth, Frieza has been resurrected by the Dragon Balls and brings an army to Earth to take revenge on Goku. Goku tries to stop Frieza, but he is no match for Frieza's new Gohan and Frieza's new and improved strength. Is he gold yet? He's not gold. By the time Bulma's SOS reaches Goku and Vegeta, Piccolo is already dead, and things aren't looking much better for Gohan. However, Earth is far too distant from the planet where his father is for Gohan to sense any ki, meaning he cannot fast travel via instant transmission. But just as all seems lost, Goku summons the last of his strength to enhance his ki, and Goku is finally able to sense it. Using instant transmission, he goes to face Frieza once again. Damn, already on Resurrection of F? Yep, already.
Hey, Vegeta. Sorry, but I've got to run.
Ugh, fine. Do whatever you want, as usual.
It occurs to me, I suppose I should thank you.
It occurs to me.
Thank me? What in the world for?
For years, my every step, my every breath has been motivated by a single desire: revenge. My new power, strength enough to hold the universe by its throat. It was you who gave it to me. Losing to you, to a pathetic Saiyan, it consumed me. The humiliation was too much to bear.
Enough! Get to the point!
Impatient as ever. Very well. As a token of my gratitude, I will destroy you first.
Come on, let's see what you got.
Would you mind piping down?
Ooh.
I knew it! You've been holding something back, haven't you?
That's well deduced for a simpleton. I've held back just like you.
Then let's both go all in. No tricks, no reserves.
Let's go all out there. Come on.
All right, now it's your turn. Let's see this new power of yours.
Care to cut to the chase?
Oh my God.
Very well, then I won't hold anything back either. Now brace yourself.
Oh.
Behold my newfound evolution. I know gold's a bit gauche, but I wanted to ensure you grasp my new position atop the pecking order. And for the sake of your feeble mind, let's keep the name simple as well. We'll call this Golden Frieza.
Golden Frieza?
Farewell, Goku.
Wow.
Say it's been a pleasure.
Dude.
Normally one for preemptive goodbyes, but there is a very real possibility that I
Oh my God.
and I'd
So
rather be
sick.
safe than
sorry. You've always.
Are you serious?
But I guess you've earned it this time.
Let's freaking go. Unless you want to hit people hard in the face. You mother. Ooh. You glad it's a transformation animation from the Broly movie? Yes. Dude, this is fantastic. This is just fantastic, man. I'm so happy. Oh my God. Oh my God. Goku and Frieza are locked in another mortal battle to settle everything once and for all. Hey, appreciate that lurk, Legends. Thank you, man. Hopefully your day is going well. You hope to get this game at some point? Yeah, man, it's fire so far.
It's over.
It is definitely fire so far.
Once and for all.
I couldn't have put it better myself.
Spotting an opening, Frieza seizes his chance to destroy Earth. Ooh. Goku ain't playing? What you mean? Good, just getting tired and a little under the weather. Oh, man, I hope that everything is okay. And, of course, if you want to talk about it and stuff, I'm definitely always open in the Discord. You already know that. And, yeah, man, I hope everything's okay. And if it's a sick thing as well, I hope that you're able to recover as quickly as possible. That's never fun. After Frieza is defeated, Beerus' twin brother, Champa, appears, and Goku and his friends get caught up in an argument between the two brothers. They then learn that there are a total of 12 universes, with theirs called Universe 7. These Super Dragon Balls can be used to summon Super Shenron, who possesses the ability to grant any wish completely free of all restriction. If it is these Dragon Balls that are up as a prize for a new tournament that will be held. The Tournament of Destroyers. At the end of many ferociously fought matches, Goku and the others emerge victorious. After being noticed by a powerful being, it is decided that Goku and his friends shall meet with the ruler of all universes, Zeno. And it is this meeting which changes everything. Shortly after this, Trunks arrives in a time machine from the future, asking Goku and the others for their help.
Sorry I swung at you without any warning, Goku. For a second there, I thought you were someone else. Nah, you were just rattled. Don't worry about it. So tell us, who is this guy? Would you believe me if I said he called himself Goku?
Oh, man.
What? Me? He wears dark clothes instead of your orange ones, so we started calling him Goku Black.
We call him Goku Black because he wears black, and he's Goku, different version.
I'll never forget the day he showed up. He said he was going to exterminate the human race. He said he was doing it in the name of justice. I struggled against him for a year after that, but by that point there were hardly any survivors left on Earth. Then he tracked down Mom just before I came here.
Wait a sec. My future self also wrote a message specifically for me. She wanted us to fix the machine and return with you.
That means she wants me to go there and beat Kakarot myself.
Come on, Vegeta, it's not me. It must be someone who just looks
His
like
smug little smile.
Hey, Trunks, help me gauge how strong this guy is. Fight me for a while so you can compare my strength to his.
Sure.
Fight me for a while. In order to understand the strength of his doppelganger imposter, Goku fights with Trunks to see how powerful he really is. Two of them go elsewhere to begin their sparring. However, an unexpected visitor soon joins them. Dude, these effects, I can't.
Super Saiyan 2 right off the bat, huh? Sounds good to me.
I'm just going one above
I
you.
figured this out after you left. I call it Super Saiyan 3.
That's incredible. I wouldn't expect anything less from you. In that case, I'll show you my strongest move.
All right, attack me with everything you've got. Goku Black!
Oh, he's here.
Oh, now I see. No wonder I couldn't find you.
Now he sees.
Goku and the Destroyer Beerus.
Wow, we really do look alike, huh?
How are you, Goku? You're looking quite well.
So, we're about to watch Goku versus Goku. It's shaping up to be a
Oh
fascinating...
God, his is tracking.
Here we go! Got a little something for you. This is everyone's power, the Spirit Bomb! Ah! Kaio 10 times 10! No! Times 20!
Times 20! Where'd I go? I'm right here.
It's time to end this.
Oh, block.
I need to get my act together.
Oh, what?
Not bad. But you're a whole lot stronger than that, right?
I'm flattered you rate me so highly, but I'm getting too much out of this to rush.
Come on. So what you got then?
Waiting, huh?
Excellent, Goku. You can hurt me as much as you want. The pain will only make me stronger.
Okay. That's a pretty creepy thing to say.
Right? I love that you can unleash your abilities whenever you're ready.
Shall we make this even more fun?
Gotcha. Bye. Sick. So sick.
Space-time must be dissipating. It's going back to normal.
Yes. Man, this is so good. Oh my God. The distortion in space-time from which Goku Black emerged swallows him up and returns to the world of the future. Twice, Beerus's attendant notices that Goku Black was wearing the Supreme Kai's time ring. He also informs Goku that there exists an individual in Universe 10 with the same key as Black, so they travel together to find that individual. Upon arriving, they find a combatant savant named Zamasu, who is slated to become a Supreme Kai. He does indeed have the same key as Goku Black. However, it is Zamasu's first time meeting Goku, and he is completely unaware of the time rings that can surpass the limitations of time and space.
It would be your utmost pleasure to please engage in fisticuffs with me, Your Kindness, sir.
I think I remember that.
All right, let's give it a go. You know, I haven't fought a god since Lord Beerus.
You fought a destroyer?
I'm not done yet.
So...
go. Can't let me fully charge out. I don't know if that was a good idea. Oh crap, I'm out of energy. Ah, crap. Crap.
This should be planted sufficient.
Gotta try.
Going all out.
He's guarding through the trees.
Did you feel that?
Indeed.
Wait, was that Black's energy? But it was awfully close.
This should be planted sufficient.
It's not quick enough, my boy. Quit playing with your boy. Come on now.
Cannot keep up with me.
So, this should be planted sufficient.
Oh.
Still close. This should be planted sufficient.
Oh, crap.
This should be planted sufficient.
Nice. Noise.
For just a plain old Kai, you're pretty strong.
A plain old Kai? A non-supreme Kai, if you will? Oh my god, this game is so fun!
Between the antisocial psyche that's clearly lurking within him and the energy that he's projected outward, I'd say our suspicions that Zamasu is black have been circumstantially corroborated.
Then maybe I should just dispense with him now while I can.
Hmm? You guys sure about this? You know, he really didn't seem like such a bad guy to me.
That's because you're too trusting of people.
Hmm?
The energy I felt was similar, but it wasn't exactly the same as Black's.
It seems there are more mysteries to solve.
More mysteries, indeed. I remember he was a jerk, though. While Goku, Beerus, and Whis did meet Zamasu and confirm he did indeed has a key similar to Black's, they left unable to prove that Zamasu is definitely black. Back on Earth, Bulma and the others are hard at work repairing the time machine when a message arrives from the fearsome Zeno, requesting they visit him. Goku is accompanied by the Supreme Kai and the others. However,
If you do anything that Grand Zeno finds insulting, he could easily erase you, me, this entire reality from existence. Don't forget that. One more thing, Whis. If Grand Zeno does lash out, make sure it's not at Supreme Kai. I need him protected at all costs.
Goku is surprised to hear the concern in Beerus's voice, but he nevertheless joins together with Whis, Beerus, or is it Whis? He literally just said it. Soon divulges to Goku that if a Supreme Kai dies, the destroyer of that universe, Beerus, will die too. Beerus is clearly flustered by Whis' words, but there's no time to comfort him. Goku and Whis use the Supreme Kai's ability to set off to the palace. They are greeted by Grand Minister, who takes them to Zeno. As they walk, Whis mentions that even he would not hold a candle to the friend. All right.
What's
Are we
up?
fighting here?
I mean, good day and greetings. So, what's going on with you? What do you want?
And what do you want?
I'm not asking much. I just want a friend, you see. You're not like most people. You're fun. I want you to be my friend, Okie dokie.
We can do that, I guess, but is that the only reason you called?
Is that a problem?
Of course not, Grand Zeno. Goku would feel privileged to be your friend and provide you unsurpassed joy.
Unsurpassed joy.
You be quiet.
I'm sorry, Zeno, but actually now's a bad time. There's something I've got to take care of, but when it's done, we can play, I swear!
So once you're done with your busy thing, you'll play with me?
Sure! And if you want, I can bring somebody else who'd be even more fun to play with too. So the next time, you won't have to wait on me.
Really? Okay, it's a date.
Okay.
Bye-bye, Goku.
As proof of Goku and Zeno's blossoming friendship, Zeno gives Goku a button that can summon him simply by pressing it. The three visitors then board the time machine and head for the world of the future.
Go on, Goku, rejoice! Only through me will you finally reach the pinnacle of beauty you have sought for so very long. You know, I don't know what you're rambling on about.
Influenced by Goku, Goku Black evolves into Super Saiyan Rose and stands in their way.
Father!
Despite Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta wielding God Ki, he still falls at Super Saiyan Rose Black's hands. Rose Black. These names. Super Saiyan Rose Black. Oh! Chill out, bro.
Your mind is too small. Your kind is incapable of understanding.
Man, they just throw you right into battle.
It's like staring into the sun.
I
The vast beauty of my being over.
I can't touch him. I can't touch him. He's too much. He's
I'm not done yet. No hard feelings.
okay.
Going all out.
Where is he?
Yeah, break through the limit.
I baited him. Let's go. And it did not hit.
I've been keeping this one a secret. No hard feelings.
Crap.
Bow your head.
Get out of here.
I'm not done yet. I won't lose.
Oh, God.
I won't lose.
Where are you?
Take this.
We gotta get fully charged. We gotta do it now. Oh my God.
Foolish. Turn anger into power.
Oh no. know.
My limitless wrath makes me the strongest being in the universe. No hard feelings.
Should have backed off when you had the chance. Oof.
That's enough.
Oh, okay. I ain't bought. Wait a minute.
Scheming, such a negative word. We are more like comrades on a righteous crusade.
I've been keeping this one a secret. For a pure and beautiful world.
Oh, I'm dead.
Evil shall no longer exist.
Whoa! So, wait a minute. I'm supposed to beat both of them? Legends, thank you for that, man. Appreciate it.
I'm counting on you. Your mind is too small. Your kind is incapable of understanding the grandeur of my success and the glory of my cause. It's like staring into the sun. You cannot see. The vast beauty of my being overwhelms you. For I am a breed apart and divine. No hard feelings. What the? It was like this, right? I won't lose! I won't lose! It was like this, right? I'm not done yet. Admit defeat.
Oh, God, let me go.
I've been keeping no hard feelings. I'm not done yet. Break through the limit.
Can we hit it? Can we hit it? Can we hit it? Yes! Yes, 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 yes.
That's enough.
Oh.
I thought you were decent, but you're scheming with Black.
Scheming, such a negative word. We are more like comrades on a righteous crusade.
I won't lose.
Screw that building.
You okay? I can barely
Get out of here.
I won't lose.
My wait is almost over. Soon the world I've been dreaming of for so long will be made manifest. A truly just and perfect utopian existence.
That is why they have you beaten both of them.
Mortals
He
are
moved, he moved. Smart move.
unwelcome in my paradise.
Hate to burst your bubble, but there's no way I'm letting you two get what you want.
Goku.
What?
This time I'll fight.
Whoa! Trunks? Yes, Trunks, yes! Yes!
Watch out!
Let's freaking go, bro. What?
May my strength be a shield for all of us mortals. Watch out!
So
got him.
how disappointing you ungrateful and barbaric creatures are. The gods gave you minds capable of true wisdom, yet you waste it on self-interest and war.
Whatever, bruh. Whatever, bruh. You lost. That's all I'm hearing. Oh my god.
How can you talk about the values of mortals after everything you've done to my world?
Tell him, Trunks.
Final Flash!
You think you got him?
You think you got him? Before it even hit him?
What? It can't be!
I've taken godhood to a new level. Divinity made perfect. With a body that befits a Kai. One that is invincible.
Oh, you going crazy, bro.
I can already tell I'm going to be sleeping soundly tonight. This is your end.
Say it.
Who's there?
Huh? Vegeta uses the last of his strength to rescue Goku and the others, who are able to return to their own world. Supreme Kai comes to Goku and the others with the message that Zamasu is looking for Goku, as well as the Super Dragon Balls. Upon hearing that, we speculate that the Zamasu of the future will create Goku Black with the Super Dragon Balls and make himself immortal. It will be a year until the Super Dragon Balls can be used again. Does Zamasu use a Supreme Kai's time ring to solve such a problem? Zamasu is only an apprentice and does not possess a time ring. However, he may steal one from the Supreme Kai of Universe 10. If that is his plan, then the life of the Supreme Kai is at risk. Beerus and the others immediately head to Universe 10. When they arrive, they find Zamasu just as he is about to murder the Supreme Kai. Using his power of Hakai, Beerus wipes Zamasu from existence.
It seems we've returned to a future where there is no black.
Beerus informs them that a god killing another god is inevitably result in a change in the space-time continuum. Trusting his words, they travel to the future to see what difference they have made.
My world didn't change. I knew it. Beerus couldn't fix this. Not even the act of a god made a difference.
And now they face Zamasu and Goku Black once more.
We know the truth. All the terrible things you've done. We know you used the Super Dragon Balls to get your power.
You think I'm a copy? Oh, you're wrong. This is Goku's actual body, down to the last battle scar. The perfect war machine. I took the time ring and found the Super Dragon Balls. Then, with my first wish to the dragon, I switched bodies with you, Goku.
Okay, so if you're telling us you're Zamasu, then who's this guy who actually looks like him?
From your world's perspective, I'm the Zamasu from this world. And I work for justice with the Zamasu from the past.
You haven't worked it out yet, Goku? I'm none other than the Kai once called Zamasu. The god defeated by a mere mortal. You.
But how can that be? I saw Beerus destroy you. He said you'd be gone.
Old Beerus clearly doesn't understand the full beauty of this time ring. Wearing it protects me. Not even what a god did in the past can affect me.
What?
Thanks to the time ring, I could empower my new ally without waiting at all. We collected the Super Dragon Balls in the future and wished again.
Dang.
You are willing to kill your Supreme Kai just to get that ring?
Yes. Then we had to make sure no one would undo our accomplishments later. So we found the Super Dragon Balls once more and shattered them.
After that, we had to keep the other gods from interfering here. I used your strength to kill every other Kai in this multiverse.
Wow.
That means in this timeline, there are no more gods who can stop us. We have all the power.
In this timeline, yeah.
The two of us alone!
This destruction was unfortunate, but necessary to achieve our virtuous goal. The Zero Mortal Plan.
Alright, they're crazy.
Mortals are a foolish and ugly mistake that stain the majesty of the cosmos. By eliminating all mortal creatures, we can reclaim this perfect creation.
We've already cleansed a great number of planets of their repulsive mortal blight.
Your filthy kind is worst of all. How many times have conflicts nearly destroyed this planet and threatened to spread across the universe?
Thank you, Legends. They're getting bold, man.
We are sentencing you to the heaviest punishment, a despair and terror that befits your wicked crimes.
Right? That's a new one. Like, what?
And none of you will escape it.
That's wild. Oh, crap.
This is it, Saiyans. For the sake of our most glorious project, you will die today.
You will die. Right? What's the at?
Cannot keep up with me.
Bruh. Bruh.
So we.
Just back off for a minute. Jesus Christ.
I've been keeping this one.
I won't lose.
Dude, look at these effects.
This could be planted sufficient. I thought for sure you would have asked by now. Aren't you concerned about
I'm ripped.
My family? But where does one begin such a gripping tale?
I really need this to hit.
After I collected
Yes.
Super Dragon Balls and switched bodies with you, I went to Earth to check, to make sure we had really switched. And there I found you. You were shocked to find yourself in my body. My family was terrified.
Damn you! What about Chi-Chi and Goten?
Oh, surely.
Chi-Chi beat the crap out of him. What? Get out of this building.
You pay for that! You took my body. You took my life. And then you even killed Chi-Chi and Goten! You're gonna regret it.
Thank you, Goku. Your anger feels simply incredible. You faced my blade.
Oh my goodness. Oh, okay. All right. Cool. We did it. We did it. Goku and the others have been no match for Goku Black and Zamasu, are nursing serious injuries. Thanks to Trunks' help in buying them time, they are able to return in the time machine. Just how are these two to be defeated? Goku and his friends are backed into a corner, but Piccolo has the idea that Master Roshi may be able to help. You got me a what-if scenario? PMAO. After learning the evil contaminant wave, Goku receives some stuff. Immediately, he runs into Goku Black and Zamasu, who destroy the time machine right before their very eyes. You got you a what-if scenario. Which one?
There will be no more retreating.
Okay.
Now you're trapped here, so this world will be the last you ever see.
You beat first form Cell and ended it? That's it. No more Cell.
For a god, you're surprisingly confused. This isn't going to be our final resting place. It's going to be yours. We were even going to bring you a casket, but we couldn't find one small enough.
Our master Goesu and the other Kais were foolish enough to believe mortals could be entrusted with intellect.
So, Kakarot, where are you keeping that jar?
Oh, crap! It was still in the time machine when they blew it up!
What the heck?
How can you be that stupid? Fine, what's done is done. I'd rather win with our fist than some magic trick anyway.
I was just thinking the same thing.
The heck?
Better keep your focus on me!
Mortals do not tell gods what to do!
Take this! I won't lose! I won't lose! This was just
Yeah, we're just gonna fire these off. Because I'm pretty sure they want us to battle both of them.
a new instrument with which to
As long as he still needs to keep charging, we can just...
a reminder into your mortal flesh of the strength of my divine wrath!
I'll show you some strength.
Just as we foresaw, fighting this formidable Saiyan blight has carried us both to new
Now.
heights. This proves our transformative power. Our destiny is to cast
How's he not dying?
upon all creation.
There we go.
Hold it!
Now there he is.
What's
I knew he would come.
Relax. Don't be afraid. I thought you Saiyans loved fighting the strongest. Insufficient. Father! Goku!
Trunks, you okay?
He's weak. Trunks must have done something. How did you disgrace yourself against those mortals?
We were barely separated! What went wrong?
It seems many of our assumptions about mortals were badly mistaken. They are much more than just insignificant mortals. If we're not careful, our dream of utopia is going to be ruined before it's even begun.
Very well.
Oh, you can't block?
Because these insolent mortals continue to defy and profane us, we will reveal to them the ultimate power of the
All of a sudden, this is not good.
It's time to show them divine perfection made whole.
Wait, what the heck?
Admit,
I'm not done yet.
you pathetic, lowly mortals.
Kneel before our radiance.
Got you with your leg all the way in the air.
It's over.
You shall kneel before our radiance.
Justice together!
Thus begins a new world.
Show your reverence.
and bow down before our splendor.
Bow down to that, buddy.
Give praise unto me, me the beautiful, the sublime, me the invincible, the almighty and divine. All hail Summerson.
Trumps, keep Bola safe.
Hopefully this hits.
Right.
Nope. That sucks. Try again.
Hearken unto me. I am the brightly glowing sun in the sky which illuminates this world. And all shall know that my brilliance is justice. I, God Zamasu, and the
Oh yeah, we're dead.
the universal law, and yes, the universal power.
Might be our last chance.
I shall gain you amuse.
You won't beat me.
What?
Oh. Oh. One shot? One shot? One shot? Are you serious?
May my strength be a
Wow.
for this world and for all of us mortals. I'm putting all of our hope into this one blast. Gallic gun!
Come on, Trumps! Give it all you've got!
Right!
I've had enough of you impudent mortals. Away with you!
Samasu! Get ready, cause I'm knocking your lights out for good!
Shall smite the heart of the wicked.
Dude.
My divine wrath.
Ah!
These effects.
Blasphemous fool! You continue to defy our god!
With Gallic Gun and Goku's Kamehameha, Vegeta and the others think they have won. But then the fused Zamasu's body starts to change.
Half of this combined Zamasu came from Black. It seems the part of his body that's vulnerable to attacks is affecting the part that isn't.
They will need an even greater power to destroy Zamasu now. Goku tells Vegeta his idea.
Okay, Vegeta. It's time. We're gonna fuse. Just like them.
You can't be serious, clown! There's no way I'm going to do that again!
I don't like this any more than you do, Vegeta. But if we still need a major boost in power to break down his body, then this is the best chance we've got. Come on. You gotta admit I'm right about this.
You gotta admit he's right about this.
Thank you. It's now or never, Vegeta. There's something I've always wondered. When we fused last time, the Kai said it was permanent. But we split apart anyway. Do you know why?
The truth is, it's only permanent if a Supreme Kai is involved. Otherwise, it only lasts an hour.
Oh, well, there you go.
So just a 1 hour battle, then we're back to ourselves.
Cut it out! If you say one more word, then the answer's no! Damn it! 1 hour, but that's it!
Alright, come on, Vegeta. You're always saying no, but we're so powerful like this.
Vegeta, I need your help. Just one more time.
So I swore I'd never merge bodies with you again.
Who are
you? You two doubled up, so we did the same. You know, just to play fair. You cannot keep up with me! We're a merged fighter, a combination of Vegeta and Kakarot. Vegeta! And here's something new. Vegito Blue!
Vegito Blue! Oh my god.
Get ready for this.
You need more power. But you're still not a god!
Okay, what do you say we wrap this up? How do you like this? Let's do this! Hit him. Not bad.
Wait a minute, what? What the heck? We can't get any attacks in on her.
So weak. Oh no! Over here! Over here!
Nothing's working.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is this hurting you? You aren't a purely invincible god anymore. And you can never get the number of mortals down to 0 now. You see, now that you've merged, you've taken in something that's always going to be a part of you for as long as you live. Goku's mortal and destructible body.
You think that's a revelation? That Goku's body will always be part of me? Of course he will. Such was my desire.
He's gonna be out of the way. Yep.
You are mortal, Saiyan. That you've gained divine power. You're stronger than most deities now. Saiyans are the ultimate symbol of the failure of the Kais. By taking Goku's flesh into my being, I have assumed both the sins of mortal kind and the failure of divinity, so they may never be repeated.
Ah, going crazy right now. Absolutely going crazy.
Vegeta, I need your help. Just one more time.
So I swore I'd never merge bodies with you again.
All right! Who are you? You two doubled up, so we did the same. You know, just to play fair. We're a merged fighter, a combination of Vegeta and Kakarot. Vegeta! And here's something new. Vegito Blue! Not bad.
Vegito Blue.
But you're still not a god!
Okay, what do you say we wrap this up? Full power! Take this!
You cannot keep up with me!
What do you think? Over here! Not bad.
Yes.
Sorry, is this hurting you? You aren't a purely invincible god anymore. And you can never get the number of mortals down to 0 now. You see, now that you've merged, you've taken in something that's always going to be a part of you for as long as you live. Goku's mortal and destructible body.
You think that's a revelation? That Goku's body will always be part of me? Of course he will. Such was my desire.
Hopefully he doesn't run this time. Yes!
You are mortal, Saiyans. Yet you've gained divine power. You're stronger than most deities in arms. Saiyans are the ultimate symbol of the failure of the Kais. By taking Goku's flesh into my being, I have assumed both the sins of mortal kind and the failure of divinity.
Why can we not turn?
Be repeated. Got an answer for everything, huh? Just die already.
You cannot keep up with me. I'm not.
Not bad.
There it is. Let's go.
It hasn't been an hour yet.
Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I like how that counts as using Vegeta. I mean, he is there, I guess. Dang. Splitting apart, things are looking pretty dire for Goku and Vegeta. However, all is not lost as Trunks soon comes to their rescue.
It's not about gods and mortals. You don't believe in anything but yourself. And we won't let you win! I can feel it. Keep it coming, guys. Share your power with me.
Oh, yes. Ooh. Gathering the key of all the surviving mortals and pouring it into his sword, Trunks uses his blade to fell Zamasu. However, just as everyone thinks Zamasu is gone once and for all, he enshrouds the earth in his incorporeal form. All of humanity is lost, apart from our heroes. Is there really no way to stop the scourge of Zamasu? The situation is desperate. Goku has an idea.
Supreme Kai, tell me, do you think the Zeno of this timeline is still around?
Yes, there's no question. Of course he would be. No one can defeat Grand Zeno. It's impossible.
Hearing those words, Goku pulls out the button given to him by Grand Zeno that will summon him no matter where he is and presses it. With this, Grand Zeno appears in Trunks' world, and Goku proposes that Zeno erase Zamasu from existence.
All of existence, go away!
However, Zeno is less than impressed by the depressing world he has been summoned to, and opts to destroy the entire planet instead. Goku and the others dash to the time machine and make a narrow escape. Trunks and his friends have lost their home, but they learn from Whis that they may be able to return to that same world before it was erased. With Whis' help, they seal away the Zamasu of that world. Bidding farewell to Goku and the others, Trunks sets off on the next adventure in his new world. Nice. Very, very nice. Oh, we got an episode. Future Trunks' saga is unlocked. Nice. 60,000 Zenny. We can get plenty of characters probably with this. Another outfit for Goku as well. Universe Survival Arc. Oh my goodness, dude. Let's go back here for a second. Whew. They are not playing with these stories.
Okay, see you
Just want to quickly see
Goku!
what's in the shop really
This
quick.
is what you wanted to watch, right?
Hi, welcome.
Ultra Instinct? Nah, we're probably gonna get that. Dang, look at this.
You just want it all, don't you?
Okay, so see, we get some of these characters. You can buy them if you want, but you get them. Some of them. You probably can get them all during the campaign mission. So let's just, before we look at this, let's quickly go and just take a look at the characters we do have. Who do we have?
That was rather nerve-wracking.
Okay,
Let me see.
I'm gonna give this one my best shot.
Okay, Gohan. Ooh, all the stages. Loving this. And let's see, who do we have? Forgot you can have teams. All right, so we've got Goku from Z early, Goku Z mid, Goku Z mid Super Saiyan, Goku Z end, another Goku Z end Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, Goku Super, which is just from Super, Goku Super Saiyan from Super, Goku Super Saiyan God Goku, and Goku Blues. So next would be Ultra Instinct. Oh man, look at that! Holy crap! Oh my god. GT Goku, nice. This music is fire. I can't wait to get Super Saiyan 4 Goku. That's gonna be sick. Teen Goku. Goku Mini. So scroll down. We got a lot of characters. There's a lot of characters. We actually do have pretty much all of Gohan unlocked, except for the future one. We haven't done that timeline yet. Dang, dude, he looks sick. Second what if? You were just knocking out them what if stories. Are you still on Goku's storyline? Or story, I guess, yeah. Story mode, if you will. Super Trunks, oh my goodness. Oh, okay, you're in the Cell Saga. Nice, nice. Lots of Goku, for sure. It seems like they're saving GT for somewhat towards the last. We got Master Roshi's. This is just sick, dude. All these characters, all these versions. See, a lot of these are just immediately unlocked for us. Some of them we just probably got to do like the story modes, different story modes for them. You know, when you wished with the Super Dragon Balls, they only have 2 unlocks. Really? So what were the 2 unlocks for you? Dude, this music is fire, man. Oh, we got the Brolies. I love it. I love it. Oh my god, can you imagine Goku Black and Fusion Zamasu for characters? Now, I don't think I have either one of them, even though I've completed that stuff. Early from Super, man. Oof, a Rudigarn. It's absolutely crazy that all these characters are on here, man. Nope, I did not get Goku Black, so... And I think, beat that whole thing, so... Yeah, I just beat that, so I'm guessing... I did get Zamasu, though. But I did not get Goku Black. So that might be one of those ones where you just have to get it from Shinron. They got Kaba in here. goodness, this is gonna be crazy. Kale looks almost completely different when she's in her Super Saiyan form. Everyone's favorite Kefla. Jiren. Oh my goodness. Woo. Yeah, it's gonna be wild. We literally got these gods as destructions that we can play as. Oh, we don't have Beerus. Oh, okay, this is not Beerus. Dude. Lots of characters, guys. Whole lot of characters. So, honestly, we've barely scratched the surface. And we will be getting into some more of this game for sure. I appreciate everybody for coming through tonight. I'm gonna go ahead and call it there for the evening. Thank you guys for hanging out with me tonight. Appreciate it. Sai, amazing. Legends, thank you so much. All of the lurkers tonight. Thank you again for everyone that came through in that raid earlier. I appreciate that. And yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed our first look today of this game, of Sparking Zero. Very, very cool. It's got a whole lot of potential. A lot of characters, a whole lot of characters to unlock still. A lot of story elements to still get into. So I know that Sai, for one, has been getting into all kinds of side content. I'm excited. What ifs, if you will. So I'm excited to get into those as well. Some of these I may end up doing off stream just because, like I said, I want to, if I can, try to get as many characters as I can for next week. So again, we'll try to see what we can get under our belt by then. But again, I appreciate everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for stopping by, every single person. I appreciate you all. And yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and braid out here. Yeah, take it easy, Side. Thank you again, man. I really appreciate it. Hopefully you have a great rest of your week. Everyone, I hope you have a great rest of your week. And remember, self-care is everything. And I'll be talking to you guys real soon. Have a good one. Later, guys. Later, Legends. I'll see you later, man. Thank you again for stopping by tonight. And I hope you feel better, man. I really do. I'm gonna go ahead and hit up Chef.
Disappointed if I lose. I can't let him down.
Chef's is on right now. We're gonna go ahead and raid out, guys, if that's all right with you guys. Yes, he is on. All right, cool. I wonder if he is he's doing online matches already.
If Goku uses his full power, he'll blow this place to smithereens.
If Goku uses his full power, he'll blow this place to smithereens. Yeah, let's go ahead and hit up Chef. All right, guys. Thanks again for coming through. I really appreciate it. Have a great rest of your evening. Oh, I know where he's at. I see it right now. Looks like Story. Yeah.
Well,
have a good one, everybody. I'll talk to you later. Peace.
Huh? Hey, how come Vegeta's not here?